Yeah. Okay, good morning and welcome to Grainville for the semi-final of the DFDS Premier League T20 finals day. Bit of rain around last night, so active ground staff this morning. Lots going on around the ground, which has created a delayed start, but we're delighted to be getting underway at 11:30 just as the sun peeks through the clouds. News from the toss was that St One Springfield won the toss and unsurprisingly elected to bowl first. Little moisture around, probably a big factor in that decision. As you can see, the opening batters walking out to bat now. We have Charlie Brennan and Johnny Heward for OVs, and we'll find out shortly who take the new ball from the St One Springfield team. So, as I mentioned, we had a lot of rain overnight last night, which has impacted proceedings slightly this morning. A little bit of puddles on the square when we arrived, and a few other things to just sort out before we get going. Obviously, with this delay being an 11:30 start, that does mean that there's a knock-on effect for the final later. So anyone planning to come join us to watch today, the final will now start at 3:30 rather than 3, with this game getting underway as we speak at 11:30. So should be a good day ahead. If you're joining us on the stream, I hope you enjoy it. And if you're coming to the ground, make sure to bring some sun cream because the forecast looks like it's going to get better throughout the day. We're hoping for a warm one, and we're hoping for some good cricket. To join me today throughout the day, we'll have various co-commentators, which are people with maybe a little bit less experience, but lots of knowledge on the game. So we're very excited to speak to them as we go. A few nervous ones who were a little bit unsure about jumping on, but they're excited for the day ahead. So yeah, hopefully by 6:30 this evening we'll know who the champions of this year's T20 are, and I'm delighted to say joining me for the first 10 overs of the semi-final is Jersey's newest recruit, our performance and development manager, Liam Cook. Liam, welcome.
Thanks, Lee. Pleasure to be here. Really exciting today. Good to see a few spectators here. Weather's cleared up, ready for Barney Aston to take the new ball.
Yeah, so delighted to have Liam here with us for the first half an hour. If you've got any questions for him, having just joined Jersey Cricket, chuck it in the live chat via the YouTube channel. And post it on your social media channels. We've got it on Jersey Cricket, so everybody can share, so that everybody doesn't have to miss out on any of the balls bowled today. And may I just remind you that the winner of this game gets a chance to go through to Spain.
Oh, what a delivery.
And that is a wicket, first ball of the day. As you mentioned there, Barney running in, outside off. Charlie Brennan, obviously a big wicket for OVs, the talisman Jersey player, bats in the middle order. Doesn't usually open the batting for Jersey, but first ball there, big play, and well, not miss, but a big shot outside off stump and a little nick. I think we heard it in the combok here, and a good take by the St One's keeper, Tyler Burton.
Yeah, what a way to start. The momentum definitely going towards St One's early on. I think this is going to be a very big power play, this one, with the moisture around this morning. Will St One's be able to get some lateral movement with the ball? Very heavy spin attack they've got here, so to see Barney take a wicket early doors, I think they'll be very excited by that.
Yeah, Barney's been their talisman with the new ball for 2 years now. We saw him in action last year. He picked up important wickets against key batters, against oppositions, likes of Nick Greenwood from Farmers and others along the way. So he did it recently up at Farmers. I think took 4 wickets in the power play, which really broke the back of a potential big Farmers total on good decks up there. So he's not shy and he's not inexperienced, even though he's 17, and I believe he just passed his driving test yesterday. So he's delighted about that, and obviously a little bit of extra spring in his step coming in this morning.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's also a bonus to get rid of the left-hander early doors, make things a bit more straightforward for them.
Corey Biss on the new batter, facing up to Barney Aston.
Oh.
Very excitable St One's, an early wicket as anybody would be, gets everybody going. First ball of the day, big wicket. They knew just how important that wicket was. Corey Bisson, as we said, the new batter coming in at 3, who's taken a little bit of time away from the game after a very successful international career. Those of you who follow Jersey for a while will recognise the name. He was a mainstay in the T20 side, opening the batting as recent as sort of 2019, 2020. So Ovies will be looking for him to take it on here. Some wide ball there from Barney. So what are you thinking here then, Liam? As you know, you've worked with loads of youngsters. Barney, just 17 years of age, lots of experience. What's he trying to do here, do you think, in the power play?
I think wickets early is huge in the power play. If they're looking to take sort of 3 in the power play to give themselves a high chance of winning this game. I think with the field he's got set here, it looks like he's going to be trying to hit the top of the stumps with a deep point. Strayed a little bit offline there and put round the corner for 4 down to deep fine. But yeah, as I was saying, it looks like with the field set with the deep point, deep square, he's probably going to be looking to hit the top of the stumps. Probably a good ploy here at Grainville with a little bit of extra bounce that we've been seeing recently.
Yeah, that's just what you want as an opener or a top order batter new to the crease under a bit of pressure. A short ball on leg stump into your pads, short fine leg in the ring, all of a sudden a nice easy 4 to help themselves. So a bit of punching to and fro first over this. We've had a wide, a wicket and a boundary now, and Corey faces up again.
Again, I think that's the length he's trying to hit there. Heavy length, top of off stump. Make it difficult for the batter to score from.
Yeah, I think classically the Grainville wickets offer a little bit of extra bounce. Certainly having been around the ground this morning, this wicket's hard underneath, but I think as you mentioned there, the bit of moisture maybe still in the wicket that will probably take a little while to burn off. So we're seeing the effects of winning the toss and bowling first here. That's a great shot.
That's a fantastic shot from Corey there.
Umpire just checking with the fielder as to whether it went all the way or whether it bounced before, trying to gain some opinion. And I think it's 6 runs. Yeah, so first 6 of the day. Boundaries not massive today, so we're hoping to see lots of boundaries throughout the day, which is the modern way. And I actually think that was Corey's dad signalling the 6, so we just needed to double check that the fielder was in play there as well too, because there may have been a little bit of a bias, but certainly a 6. Again, probably a touch too short there for Barney.
I think that's the risky play, trying to bowl this top of the stumps length. You drop it down against good batters, and again we see another 6 from Corey there. Barney just missing his length again, and in Corey's arc, and he dispatched that one with relative ease. What a shot!
Yeah, great start here from for all neutrals, I'd say. A wicket first ball, a few boundaries to finish with the over, and certainly Corey's come out here with something to prove. Last week in the final league round against Farmers, he was in red hot form down at FB, I believe, with a quick fire 70 off just 30 balls to get OVs over the line. So he's clearly bringing some good form into today.
Be interesting to see who Harrison hands the ball to here.
Plenty of experience out there, but a lot of them are spinners. You've got Don Blompe, you've got Harrison himself, and you've got Elliot Miles, 3 very experienced international cricketers with lots of games under their belt, but they all bowl spin, so it's interesting to see whether he's going to go to seam or spin. Looks like Elliot Miles is his left arm spin. Have you seen much of him so far, Liam?
I haven't seen a lot, but I did see in the warm-up he was practicing the mankad, so it will be interesting to see if we see any of those early doors.
Those of you who know Elliot Miles, classically known as Buster, know that he's not shy of, let's say, using the full amount of rules. Is that how you'd probably describe it? It's certainly not against the rules. Maybe the spirit of cricket will come into it. Funnily enough, as for all his antics, Elliot Miles is an MCC member, so I wonder whether the spirit of cricket will come into it as the day goes on. But big 4-over spell this, because he's a mainstay in this SOS lineup, and he'll certainly be looking to bowl 4 overs, and Harrison will want him to get through a good spell here.
Yeah, that's a good start. We saw yesterday the pitch just down from this one took spin well. Lots of wickets fell to spin in the under-19s game against Antigua and Barbuda. This is a new deck, so it'll be interesting to see how it takes the spin. But this summer, from what I've noticed, Grainville has been turning pretty big.
Yeah, worth noting this is a new deck today. You can see maybe on the stream, just on the left-hand side of your screen at the moment is the wicket we used the last couple of days against a very strong Antigua and Barbuda side, which was a great couple of games of junior cricket that gave our 19 some good prep for the tournament they've got ahead at the end of next week.
That's a bit of a freebie there. Wides down the leg side, gone for 4. They won't be too happy about that, the St. One's players.
No, I think that's just trying to find his line here, settling into it. This has been a real nice fight back from OVs. Wicket first ball, the talisman of Charlie Brennan nicked behind for those who were maybe late to the stream or not here, off Barney Aston. But since then, it's been Corey Bisson hitting it from the other end as 16 off just 5 balls. And whilst this is going on, Johnny Hugh has just been stood at the other end, waiting for his turn. But as you can see, first couple of balls there, this is a rock hard wicket. I don't think it's going to take much turn right the way throughout the day. So I think mixing with a brand shiny new ball in Elliott's hand, I think it's going to skid on, and we're just seeing that line need adjusting here.
It's interesting to see they've changed the field. They've moved the deep mid wicket to long on. So do we think that means there's going to be a potential change in plan? Maybe push the ball away from the right-hander instead of into the pads?
Yeah, well, I think the one thing that plays out today for those of you who maybe aren't too familiar with local cricket is that these guys play lots of games against each other, so they know their strengths, their weaknesses. There's not much analysis needing to be done about the opposition when they've probably played them already 4 or 5 times this year. So that does allow them to just sort of twig the fields a little bit, and often the fields will dictate as to what their plan is to each batter.
It seems like for Corey they've gone leg side heavy here. Oh, what a take.
Yeah, and I think that field setting has just had an impact on that decision. He almost wanted to go more long on, but with the man back, he sort of potentially just tried to drag it a touch straighter and maybe go past the bowler or past mid-off. And it's a great return catch there from Buster, and another big wicket for SOS.
Certainly a very interesting 10 balls, 24 runs and 2 wickets already. If the whole day plays out like this, it could be some fireworks this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a great bit of T20 cricket to start. I think there's a stat that you mentioned earlier about losing 3 wickets in the power play has a large impact on your ability to win the game. So this is going to be a very important partnership, as what looks like Rob Duckett is potentially walking to the crease to join Johnny Heward.
Yeah, Rob Duckett.
Yeah, Rob Duckett. So brother of Captain James, well experienced himself, played a lot of cricket. Growing up in the Jersey youth system, bowls his medium pace where he doesn't bowl bad balls, and on his day can be a dangerous batter once he gets going. But both him and Johnny wouldn't necessarily be your typical big hitters, so these two will be looking to build a nice partnership throughout the power play here.
And if you're Harrison Carlyon here today, what are you aiming for in this power play? What are you happy with? 24 for 2 off 11 balls, you're fairly happy at the moment?
Yeah, I think wickets are always key in the power play. I think with the small boundaries we've got today, how hard that wicket is and how long that will stay good for, I think runs will not be such a huge factor in the power play. I think 10 and over is very gettable today. The boundaries are certainly not as big as they have been at various times throughout the season, so I'd say 10 and over on this wicket with these boundaries is very achievable. So I think they'll just be looking to try and keep getting into this OV depth. And I think looking at the 2 lineups today, you'd certainly say that OVs have that depth. They've got the likes of Bo Gurner, who bats at number 3 for under-19s, Jamie Watling still to bat, James Duckett, the captain himself, and everybody knows how dangerous Ed Giles can be. So although the wickets are big, and Brennan and Bisson were certainly 2 of the bigger ones, this OV batting lineup has lots of depth though, so SOS will be wanting to keep breaking partnerships, not letting these batters get into the game and getting themselves in on a good deck.
And there's that off-stump line, outside off-stump line from Barney, trying to tempt them into a big shot with a field set out there with a backward point. I think it's important to notice there that with Elliot Miles first over, 1 for 7, only 1 run off the bat. I think he'll be happy with that.
Struck that nicely out to deep square leg, which they've got in place now, so you'd say that's good bowling to his field there from Barney. And as I mentioned, both Johnny and Rob from the OB's batting lineup, they're not certainly their power hitters, so these two are probably going to look to consolidate a little bit. Still trying to put away the bad ball, but they'll run well between the wickets. They'll look to run hard and put the ball in gaps where they can get their boundaries where they can, but certainly there's more firepower to come throughout the rest of that OV order. So, little opportunity, Liam, just to chat to yourself a little bit more as well. New to the island, you've only been here now around a month, maybe a little bit more coming backwards and forwards before you've started your role full time. So just tell us about how much you've enjoyed it and what's been involved so far.
Yeah, so coming over sort of in the mid part of the season already, and lots of fixtures, lots of cricket. And just wide outside the off stump there, and it looks like 4 behind point, well put away. Yeah, lots of cricket already. I've seen all through the age groups, women's, boys, girls cricket, and it's really exciting as a new person to the island to see how much cricket and the level of cricket that's taking place over here.
Yeah, agreed. For those of you that don't know, Liam's CV reads Brazil women's head coach.
Yes.
Kent pathway.
Yeah.
Before that, so lots of experience. Is there anything in particular that you've brought from there that you'll hope to bring to the island?
Yeah, I think one of the things I'm looking to do is just create some more professionalism within the junior setup to allow us to feed through to the men and women's team in the best way possible. So looking at getting players to take ownership for their development and not being so reliant on their coaches all the time. And I think we've got the players here already in both the boys and the girls pathway who are willing to do so. We see players travel on island, off island, seeing different coaches, playing county cricket in England, playing school cricket in England. It's a really exciting pathway to be involved with. That's well bowled. Good running as well, just rotating the strike in there into the space. Yeah, as I was saying, really exciting pathway to be involved with, because we've got a dynamic which is different to what I've been used to. So in Kent, everyone was local to where I was based, and in Brazil, as much as it is a big country, everything was based in one city. So it's a different challenge, but it's a good challenge. We've got more players seeing more coaches, more eyes, and more opportunity for development. And just as we finish that over, it's 30 for 2 off 3. OV's happy with this or no?
I think it's in the balance right now. I think with a lot of power plays that I've commentated on, I think you would be happy with your side. When it's in the balance like this, OVs will be happy with their 30 runs, but SOS will be happy with their 2 wickets. I think if you ask me again in 3 overs, I'll probably have a more definitive answer for you. But at the moment, evenly poised, with Elliot Miles coming back in again. First over only went for a few runs. There was the 5 down leg side, the 4 wides, and 5 wides, and just 1 off the bat. So if he can execute here and he can hit top of the stumps, which we know he can, and he has done for Jersey for many years, it would be difficult for the OV's batters to score.
And that's good running there.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, this SOS bowling lineup full of spin. We'll see, no doubt, Harrison Carlyon with his offies, Don Blomby with his leg spin. We've got Kush Patak as his left arm spinner. So OVs are certainly going to be faced with lots of overs of spin here. So how they play those spinners will be absolutely vital to this contest. Yeah,
that's good footwork there, taking the one down the ground to long on. Good rotation. It's good bowling so far this over from Miles.
It's a lovely shot. Didn't pierce the infield. That's the thing with the power play sometimes is although you can leak some boundaries, it can get you some dot balls. That ball certainly outside the power play would have been 1 out to the sweeper, but with the man in, if you don't hit that gap, it's going to be a dot ball, which is a lot of the boundaries come from those dots or 4s. In the air slightly, but in
Should
the gap.
be 2. Good running. Oh, yeah.
John Best lifting up his knees as best he can, but not been able to get there, and that's a lovely shot. Certainly a strength of Rob Duckett's. Having coached him through most of his junior pathway, that extra cover drive is a big strength of his. He hits that well, and when he hits it well, it stays hit. So small boundaries, big gap, and let's say a fielder getting to the end of his cricket career and John Best chasing it down. That means it's a nice boundary for OBs.
And that boundary just takes the pressure off a little bit. 6 off 5 balls. 6 off the over. I think bowler and batter okay with that one?
Yeah, I think OVs know the threat that Elliot Miles brings. So if he doesn't take 3 or 4 wickets and his overs go at 6s or 7s, I don't think they'll be too unhappy with that. I think they'll look to try and target from the other end, sort of Barney Astons, and maybe look at that 5th bowler for SOS. With a change in bowling as we speak, looks like Harrison Carline bringing himself on from the pavilion end now. So as we mentioned, this SOS lineup has lots of spin to it, and I think the way that Harrison uses them throughout the game are going to be vital. Who's going to bowl from which end, and who's going to go up against which batters. It's going to be a big part of this first innings, and whether OBs can get to a good total, which I think we're sort of looking with the boundary size and the pitch, probably 170 would be a good total. I think 160 classically at Granville would be around par on a very good wicket, but with these boundaries a bit smaller and Ed Giles in the OV's batting lineup, I think we could be looking at something close to 170.
Yeah, and Harrison, full of confidence on the back of a good tournament out in the Netherlands. Be important few overs from him here, I think, if his team's going to win the game and restrict OVs to a lower total. And that.
Fantastic cricket shot there from Johnny Hewell. He thought for a second it might have plugged with a slightly wet outfield, but no, and Harrison will be frustrated there. I'm sure if we look at the replay, there'll be some width on offer that's allowed Johnny to get his hands through the ball there to go over mid-off for a couple bounce 4. A sign of a good wicket. Batters certainly look confident hitting their hands through the line of the ball here and playing with really good intent, so they won't mind that. They'll just like to tidy his line up a bit straighter.
And that's good cricket, good rotation after the boundary.
I think it's difficult here, isn't it? Because it's hard for the infield during the power play to know whether to stick or twist, because you've got the likes of Dom Blompier at extra cover who's starting at the edge of the ring. Certainly Barney Aston there at square leg was starting at the edge of the ring. So then when they get a 1, it's not surprising they get a 1, but then it almost looks frustrating that they've got a 1 because you wanted to have a dot ball. But
yeah, I think with this field set with the long on and the deep cow and square leg on the ring, it's going to be quite difficult to stop any singles on that leg side. Big gaps there, but I think Harrison will be happy if they are just taking the singles into the leg side. Interesting 5-4 offside field. And again, single to the fielder sort of on their heels on the edge of the ring there.
Yeah, I think quite classical if that's the way T20 batting there. Look to get 1 boundary and over and then pick up your singles around it. I think 6 off the over, I think, with the boundary SOS aren't too unhappy about. It certainly looks like a good wicket, and I think for their innings the big difference between now and let's say an hour's time is that outfield's going to continue to dry. If the sun comes out even quicker, it means that what potentially is only 1 or 2 can then obviously an hour later with a drier outfield trickle away for a boundary. So that's another positive to having won the toss and bowled first. It would have been in their thinking that this deck isn't going to do much different throughout the day, but the outfield's certainly going to get quicker, which is going to give more runs, and the moisture that might have started in that surface will burn off and hopefully make it even better.
And I think with this essentially being a final with a place in the European Cricket League at stake, I think Harrison will be happy to know what they've got to chase.
Yeah. With
the outfield, like you say, speeding up, even the ball that was hit for 4 over the top down here plugged a little bit. I think later on in the day that's going to skip away, and we just see a change of bowling and Dom coming on with his leg spin.
More spin. More spin. Theme of the innings, more spin. And just to clarify your point there, Liam, that it is in fact the winner of this game does gain a place in the European Cricket League. That has come about because of the fact that we have the European champions in Jersey this year. Those of you who I'm sure tuned in watched Farmer's fantastic efforts to lift the trophy amongst the best clubs from Europe. So as the current holders, they already gain a place into the upcoming ECL in, I believe, around February 2026, which means Jersey have again, for the second year running, 2 clubs with a place.
That's up in the air.
Up in the air.
It's a difficult chance.
Catch, but
Aye.
A good effort there. It went a long way up. Mid-off had to turn and start sprinting back. I think it was Adam Hayward out there potentially. Quick turn, and then those ones aren't easy when it's coming over your shoulder, and certainly when it's that close to the boundary, you've got a lot to think about. But again, you're seeing some good batting here from OVs. Johnny Hewitt being able to free his arms on a good wicket over mid-off. A couple of bounces and it's ended up as 4.
I think the batter's shown great confidence here, using their feet to spin, and it's really paying dividends, being able to hit over the top. And again, we see moving his feet, just beating the fielder. 4 more. Great batting from Johnny there.
Yeah, you can see from both of these players, the majority of their boundaries in the power play so far have come through the offside, which isn't probably necessarily the traditional way in T20 cricket. A lot of batters we'll probably see today throughout the day will sort of try and get across their stumps and access that leg side where they can get a real big swing on the ball. But these two batting with a little bit more classical feel to it, finding the boundary at ease.
And with there we go, full toss from Dom, could pierce the gap again. Good fielding out there on the boundary, good running for 2. With the length that Dom's looking to try and bowl, he seems to be trying to bowl full and then showing intent to hit over the top in the previous over as well. Would you be tempted for a bit of a field change, maybe give yourself some protection out straight?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure I'd go this length to these batters. I think that's a better length into the wicket, and I think Dom knows it. He'll know it. They've got a lot of experience, but knowing these batters well, they'll be wanting to just get on that front foot and hit hard through the line. Neither of them, as I mentioned, are your sort of classical power hitters. Someone, as I mentioned, like Ed Giles, even if you do bowl short against him, he can just rock back and still hit you off the back foot straight and clear the ropes. Whereas these two, certainly, you can see Johnny's using his feet well. They both want to get at the ball, and if you go too full to them, they are going to have that option to go over the top. So I think that over there, he's just, leg spinner, probably the hardest skill in the game. Yeah. Trying to find his length. That last ball certainly didn't let Johnny get to the pitch of it, had to readjust and then hit one into the offside for a dot to finish an over. So we're power play done now.
Power play complete.
At 3 overs, you asked me the question, which side would I rather be in, and I said I'll let you know at 6.
What are you thinking now, mate?
Right now, I'm going. I'd rather be in the OVs camp.
Yeah.
I think 2 wickets down through a power play is good, and I think 2 wickets. Considering who the wickets are, I'm still comfortable. These 2 look good on the wicket. Going at nearly 9 and over, with plenty of firepower to come. Yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, I think 11 off that last over from Dom. Couple of boundary really changed the momentum. We've had another change of bowler here, and this is Harry Brasher coming on to bowl, finding his length from ball 1 there.
So for those of you that don't know, Harry had quite an incredible spell yesterday against Antigua and Barbuda, playing for Jersey under-19s in his 10 overs, and that's going to be 1 to mid-off. In his 10 overs, he took 7 wickets. Which is a feat I can assure you hasn't happened for Jersey under-19s before. And his leg spin was devastating. They got off to a great start against the seam attack, and then he came on and just absolutely ripped through the order. Not sure that this wicket is going to necessarily be similar to what they were playing on yesterday, where there was a little bit more assistance for the spinners. This is going to play a lot more true, so he's going to have to be a little bit more crafty with his line and length today, but certainly yesterday he was fantastic for those who were here to watch. It was some really classical leg spin, getting the ball to get up and down.
Could they push for 2 here? Good fielding off the boundary there. Yeah, it's always a bonus having a young leg spinner that comes on full of confidence. I think for Harrison it's another option, and to be able to chuck the ball to a leggy early on who's taken 7 wickets the day before, it's a nice option, and he seems to be finding his lengths okay now. A little bit full on the last one, but Only 3 singles off it so far. Field's gone out, 5 fielders out now. We'd expect to see probably 6 and over. Would be pretty happy for the batting side for the next 4 maybe.
Yeah, I think a lot of modern cricket, these overs, sort of 7 to 10, are some of the most difficult ones to manage, because you've got that momentum coming out the power play. All of a sudden, 5 fielders are on the boundary. So all that confidence,
there's a chance.
All that confidence that you had coming out the power play, where you could find the boundary with just 2 men out, that disappears, and you almost have to find yourself either commit to keep going, or you have to go down the gears and look for your 1s and 2s and try and get classically between 7 or 8s in that stage of the game is usually good. Obviously it benefits the fielding side hugely, being able to drop those fielders. So this is the sort of overs where classically in T20 cricket you'll see the leg spinner come on out the power play. I think when England play, you'll often see Adil Rashid come on and bowl that 7th over. That gives the bowler that protection, and also sort of says to the batter, right, are you going to try and hit him out the attack here with 5 fielders out? Now the power play's done, so it's an interesting period of the game. And when there's a good wicket and a small boundary, this is going to be, whoever plays this period better will often have big advantages going into those final 5 overs.
Yeah, and after 7 overs, OVs are 58 for 2. For those of you that might just be joining us, there was a wicket first ball of the innings, but OVs have recovered pretty well. And again, there's a chance there, and it's been given.
Yep.
Caught behind. That's better length from Dom there.
As we mentioned just before, he touched too full in his first over. He's just dragged his length back there. I don't necessarily think it's his ideal ball. I think there was some width on offer. I think he's just taken a little nick as he's gone through there, and Rob Duckett will walk off there thinking, I've done an okay job, considering the depth that they've got in this batting lineup. You know, the likes of Captain James Duckett walking to the wicket now, and Ed Giles, I keep mentioning his name, he's extremely dangerous in these conditions where a good wicket, small boundaries, he could really take this game apart. So I think OVs won't be too unhappy. Rob's done his job there, 15 off 20, maybe would like to have scored a little bit quicker, but certainly given them a sort of platform that they're looking for to be really dangerous in that back end of the innings.
Yeah, during T20 cricket I always talk to players about partnerships and understanding what your role is within the partnership, and with Corey going at nearly a strike rate of nearly 300 I think early on, and then Johnny now going at 120s, actually there was a little bit of leeway in there for him to just hold that partnership and just put a little bit of pressure back on St. Ones. A little bit full there from Dom, worked away into the leg side for 1. And Rob Duckett just departed, and James Duckett off the mark first ball.
Yeah, I think we'll see some good partnership batting here, where Johnny is the set batter now, will look to continue to find the boundary.
There's a fielder out there.
He has hit it 1 for 6 over mid-off. So yeah, that's good timing.
Yeah,
as I was saying, I think Johnny, as the in batter, is going to look to continue to take the game whilst James Duckett settles himself at the crease. I think, you know, that's what a lot of coaches will talk about when you lose a wicket. When you lose a wicket, you know, the easiest way to continue things is for the batter who's in to continue high risk, playing the shots, looking for the boundaries, whilst the new batter takes low risk, hit the ball along the ground and run and get the old batter on strike. So it's a good way to start.
Push for 2. Getting good fielding out there on the boundary, and again intelligent cricket. Hit 1 for 6 and then knock one out to the boundary rider for 1 to rotate that strike.
Agreed. And this is an interesting matchup for those who are familiar with the local cricket scene. Because there's some family dynamics out there, and I think I may have mentioned it in the Liberation series, of which I wasn't thanked for, but I'm going to mention it again. Dom currently engaged to Robbie Forrest's oldest sister, and Johnny Heward is in a relationship with the middle sister. So a family affair out there, and they'll be looking to get one over each other for the next family meal, that's for sure. As I say, Robbie picks up the ball there. Harrison looking to try and get in and save a single there, and that slight slip has caused a change in.
And at the end of the 8th over, we're 67 for 3. Yeah, just a chance there, maybe for Harrison, but coming in to try and stop the one. Ball's gone over his head, and as we mentioned, a lot of rain overnight. The square is a little bit greasy, lost his footing a little bit. But a chance. I think Dom will be happy with that, even though he got hit down the ground for a boundary. It was in the air, the field set for it, then one goes up in the air. Harrison with a bit of a half chance if he hasn't slipped. So things are happening. And we've got Harry Brasher again from the boundary end. What do we call it? The pavilion end?
Yeah, we've got the pavilion end and then the bowls centre end.
The bowls centre end.
The bowls centre, which is feeding us some nice electricity for the camera at the far end, so we want to give them a mention. They've done that for a while now. We're very thankful for that. So yeah, Harry Brasher continuing.
And it's, again, batters looking to use their feet. Good running there. Slight misfield out on the boundary. Batters aware, taking 2.
Yeah, as the sun starts to come out here at Grainville, we can see a crowd trickling in. We're hoping you'll come join us today. Many of you no doubt have plans on your Saturday morning, getting stuff done for the weekend, but the forecast is set pretty fair. And as I say, we've got a final this afternoon that will now take place at 3:30 with the delayed start we've had here this morning. So the boundary's open, food and drink available all day. So we hope to see you come join us for what is shaping up to be a great afternoon of cricket.
Good batting again, just using those boundary fielders. Harry Brasher with 5 out, deep backwards square, mid-wicket, long on, long off. And a sweeper on the offside. Lots of opportunities for rotation here. Batters using their feet well, not letting Harry settle on a length. Bit of a false start there from Brasher. The quicker ball there from Harry. Intelligent bowling from the young lad. Yeah, good cricket, well bowled.
Yeah, this is a good matchup. This for the two bowlers. I think Harry's just basically sort of learnt from that first over. I think we saw it with Dom. Both leggies just trying to settle into their spell a little bit, and the lengths that over were much better. Not too full. I think Johnny Hugh got 1 away over extra cover, but fielder was there to stop it for 2, which means 5 off the over, and certainly, as we mentioned, that sort of 7 to 10 over period is pretty vital in terms of whether to stick or twist, whether to sort of keep taking the game to the opposition. Johnny's trying to do it, but with no avail that over. So 72 for 3 off 9. St. Juan's certainly trying to drag their way back into this.
I think this will be a good matchup again. Johnny's looking to attack Dom. There was a couple of chances in the last over.
So we've got a few more overs, Liam. Just want to get a couple more bits out of you. So this week you've been heavily involved with the Lionesses side of the cricket. We've had Northern Knights over, who we've got strong links with. They brought an under-15 girls team with them. How did that go?
Yeah, it was a really good opportunity to get some cricket for our girls. Played 4-match series, won 2, lost 1, and then last night finished on a tie. Which was a nice way to finish the competition. I want to say thank you to the Northern Knights for coming over and providing us with a good level of opposition. And for our girls, it was a great opportunity. And that's a big hit. 6 runs.
Fantastic shot. That is his strength. James Duckett is a very good slog sweeper of the cricket ball and will enjoy this matchup against the spin of St. Juan, so he's going to be a big wicket for them here. He's gone across onto off stump slightly just to open up that leg side, got down onto one knee and hit it right the way down into the corner over the covers. That's a good 80 metre 6. That's a lovely strike for OVs.
And that should be safe. And 4 more.
Field up. stays laid out on the floor there. I think it was a difficult one for the boundary rider because he was sort of half interested in getting in for the catch, and knowing Harry as I do, everything's 100%, so he's come steaming in to try and take the catch there, which is obviously the right thing to do, but as it's just sort of dropped on him there, he's got into a really awkward position to be able to handle it with a potential little bit of spin off the outfield.
Yeah.
It's another four to OVs.
And then good batting just to rotate into the leg side. I think OVs will be very happy at the moment. Dom, 31 off of his first 3 overs, still with a ball to go.
Another one to finish. As we say, I think this is what they're looking to do, OVs. This will be their game plan. Can we get 1 or 2 boundaries in over and then try and make sure that we pick up some runs around it? So it's all sorts of sort of game plans that they could take here at the halfway stage. 84 for 3 is game finally in the balance. A couple of wickets brings SOS back into it. When they could be sort of bringing the score back to 140, 150, or an OV onslaught could take them to a sort of 170, 180 score, which will be really, really competitive, especially with what's at stake, a trip to Spain on the line. You add that pressure with runs on the board, that can often have a big effect in these games.
Yeah, absolutely, especially pressure on the run chase. Batter looking to use their feet again, squirmed one away to square leg. One thing I'll say about the OV's batting lineup is we know there's depth in this lineup, but there's also some very good game management taking place here. Relatively low risk cricket, but very aware of where their singles are, not allowing St Juan's to bowl too many dot balls, which is exactly what you want as a batter team in the mid overs. I think it's a big couple of overs now. A couple of wickets does change that momentum. I think maybe pitching outside leg. But again, there's a dot ball. So far, I would say Harry's been the pick of the bowlers.
He's bowling nicely here. He's bringing his form from yesterday into this game.
Good footwork. It's in the gap, and that's 4 runs. Just as we are saying he's been the pick of the bowlers, he bowls a full one outside the off stump and is dispatched for 4. The curse of the commentator.
Commentator's curse there. Of course, it has to happen. Now, we've got a couple more overs with Liam, so I want to just get a couple of extra bits from him before he leaves with us today. And part of your new role will be responsible for that women's pathway and the women's national team. Now, your experience coming from Brazil within ICC cricket, what's your sort of hopes and aspirations in the short term for our women's side within ICC?
I think having seen the players we've got available, and that's 4 more. Every time I start talking, they hit a boundary. With the players that we've got available to us here on island, and like I said, players that are training off island as well, we've got a really good chance of pushing up through the rankings. So I'd like to see in the next couple of years a successful Div 2 campaign, and then push up through those rankings a little bit. I think the most important thing for me is get the girls more cricket, get access to more cricket, get them playing more. We've got the ability here for them to be successful. I think more opportunity for them to play, it is the key thing. More game experience, more match experience, and just let them use those skills in a game-based scenario.
Yeah, no doubt a few of them will be here today watching the games. They're big supporters of local cricket, and those of you who watched them earlier in the year, that wasn't the most successful campaign in Div 2, and they'll be the first ones to hold their hands up to it, but there were some fantastic performances throughout. Certainly from the batters, there were some really strong performances early on against Italy, and the bowlers throughout. Grace Weatherall was fantastic. Worth mentioning that Annalise Merritt was player of the tournament there, so that was a huge thing for a Jersey female cricketer to be player of the tournament in an ICC tournament. So yeah, you can certainly see the growth going on there, and we're very excited to see what you can do with them, Liam, and we're delighted to have you here in Jersey. And over these last few balls of the over, I just want to thank you for your time on commentary, and hope you have a good day.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be an exciting few years, especially leading up to the next competition. After 11 overs, 96 for 3, I'm going to depart and hand you over to Jersey Director of Cricket, Paul Hutchinson. How are you, Hutch?
Good morning.
Hutch has arrived with his coffee, so I'm going to let him take my seat. Enjoy the game.
Yeah, so game evenly poised here in the balance. Couple of wickets changes it. I think we're certainly seeing a good wicket here at Grainville, where we've mentioned potentially 170 is about par, but that might keep going up as the day goes on, as this wicket flattens out and the outfield gets quicker. Certainly, you know, the cricket nuts amongst you will know that the sort of way that we've gone about things this morning with SOS choosing to bowl first with a bit of moisture maybe in the wicket and a slower outfield that they'll hopefully get. They'll be hoping to try and restrict them to 170 or less. But with scoreboard pressure, as we've mentioned a few times, this game will take one of these teams to Spain for the ECL, joining Farmers, who were already there, having won the tournament last year. So lots on the line, scoreboard pressure will be big, and a change of bowling, which isn't a spinner, which is a surprise in this SOS bowling attack. Adam Hayward on from the Bowls Club end, and a change in the commentary box too. As Leah mentioned, Paul Hutchinson, Director of Cricket, joins me on commentary here. Hutch, how are you?
Yeah, afternoon.
Now.
Yeah, good, thanks. You?
Very good, yeah, enjoying some good cricket here. This is a good wicket, and just interested to get your thoughts on what you think is par.
I think it's an interesting question. I think it's changing since we've started. I think at the beginning, with a slightly slower outfield, I think they were looking at about 150, but like I say, as it's gone on, it's looking like 170 will be about par. So if they set it up nicely and score heavily at the back end, they might push beyond that.
Agreed, with two set batters now. James Duckett going on the attack there, big shot. That's his area. As we mentioned, the two batters before, Rob, James's brother, and Johnny, have been hitting a lot over extra cover in mid-off. A bit more classical T20 batting, you might say, whereas James here is targeting that long on to wide mid-wicket area with a sort of trigger across onto off stump to try and give him that option to hit through his strength. So game of cat and mouse here as Adam tries to adjust his line to what James does, and we'll see what happens for the rest of this over. Potentially two there, but these boundaries are in today, Hutch. These certainly favours the batters, these size boundaries. So who do you think is the danger men to be watching for coming up?
I think the boundary size is definitely dangle a carrot. Yeah, I think Ed Giles is due to come in shortly for OV, so that could be interesting to see.
Another six there for Johnny Hewitt. He's teeing off nicely here. One thing that stood out in his innings so far is that he's consistently found the middle of his bat. Even when he hasn't found the boundary, he's been hitting those sweepers hard. He's been nailing a lot of his shots today, and he looks set here with 39 off 28. He's certainly helping OVs recover from those who weren't on the stream early on. Charlie Brennan nicking off first ball. That's straight again. And another boundary.
And that's a good shot. He's hitting straight in towards the screens, and I think he's right that he tries to put his foot on the accelerator.
Yeah, we mentioned before when there was that wicket, that sort of classical way that certainly yourself as a coach would be talking would be the new batter. Get yourself in, get your ones, get the set batter on strike. They've done that really well here. And in this situation now, what would you think you'd be saying as a coach?
Well, to be honest, both of them are pretty well set, so I think they can both go. And then if one gets out, then the new guy going in, he can be the guy who then keeps going, and the guy who's left in from these two can just bat through.
Yeah, agreed. I'm not too sure that there's any left-handers in the OV's lineup, which would potentially affect things if there was sort of different size boundaries. But it's pretty short all round today, so.
Yeah, very true. Like I say, it does look quite inviting on the six hitting.
Ed Giles, I would imagine, licking his lips, probably sat there with his pads on. I can't see myself at the moment, but I imagine he's sat there waiting for his turn here, thinking, yeah, get me out there with short boundaries and what looks like an extremely flat wicket.
But looking through the rest of the OV's lineup, I think it's harsh to just be highlighting Gilo. There's quite a bit of hitting power. It's fantastic work.
That is a fantastic bit of boundary catching. That is absolutely modern cricket at its finest. These youngsters growing up practicing this. But for those of you, I'm not sure if we caught it on camera, it was a great catch right on the rope. The ball was going for 6. Robbie Forrest has caught it over the boundary rope with his feet still in bounds, and before he's fallen outside, he's thrown it back in to the support act, who took the catch, which was Patrick Googe. So coming up on the replay now, as Johnny Heward departs for a very well made 45 off 30 balls. He's unlucky potentially here not to have got another 6, but as you can see coming up here, Robbie sets himself right on the edge of the rope, takes the catch before he drops out of play, throws it back in. Probably couldn't pass it better to his chest. I think that was the easiest catch Patrick Googe will ever take. But Hutch, we see that a lot in modern cricket, but fantastic to see there.
Yeah, it is. Like I said, you mentioned there, that it is something that players practice. So it's becoming more commonplace, but it's still impressive work.
Absolutely, and in games like now, that can be a big difference between 180 and 160, or 200 and 170. Those little moments, if that ball ends up going for 6, it's a momentum swing. So a wicket now, which opens up the other end, and the man who I've been mentioning quite a lot in this innings, who is a danger man, who matches up well against spin, is now at the crease. So if the commentator's curse happens and he gets out first ball, I'm going to go and hide in the changing rooms, because Gilo might be coming straight towards me. So we'll see how he gets on here against Harrison. Very difficult one, and you can see from Harrison's body language and the way he shouted catch to the fielders there, they know how big a wicket this is. If that would have gone first ball and never taken that catch, we would have seen a delighted St One Springfield there. Robbie Forrest again in the game there, a little difficult one I think.
Yes, indeed, but I think it shows you Ed's intent from ball 1.
Yeah, that's the way he plays, and he's going to do exactly that. Those of you who watched the European Cricket Liberation Series earlier in the year would have seen him taking down bowling attacks for fun. That was on a matted wicket, but this wicket today wouldn't be too far off the quality and the hardness of the concrete of the matted wicket.
Very true, it's a good deck.
Not quite as short boundaries, but shorter than you would expect most times. And that is the first one. Not sure if you can pick up the noise in the background around the commentary tent here, but you can tell from the reactions that was quite a large 6, Hutch.
Yeah, that's gone quite a long way. I think that's landed in the rugby field.
Yeah, or potentially someone's car park there has now got a dent in it that it didn't have before. Hopefully not. Do consider your parking space when you come down here today. We are on a pretty centre wicket, but with some of the batters we've got lined up for you, no car is safe. So yeah, take a bit of consideration before you park and come down and join us today. But it's warming up here, certainly in the commentary box. It's getting warmer, and on the field it's warming up. Ed Giles is, as I said, a danger man here. He's got the ability to clear the ropes for fun, and we'll see how he gets on. And again, top of the bank this time, not as big as the last one. He'll be gutted about that, I'm sure, but certainly him showing what we've promoted so far in this innings.
Yeah, I mean, it's back-to-back 6s. It shows Gilo's intent straight away, and the only way that the OVs are going to contain this run rate is by taking wickets.
Agreed. We saw it in over 1 with Charlie Brennan nicking off first ball. He's going to hate me for keep bringing that up, but that's just a fact. And then Corey Bisson with 2 boundaries in an over. We've seen it again there, an early wicket in the over, but this OV's batting lineup just does not want to stop going. They're in a great position. They're going at 9.6s. They'll probably want 10s throughout. They'll be looking at 200 from here. Hutch, what do you think they'll be looking to do for the next 7?
Well, exactly. They'll just keep going as hard as they can. So some ones have gone back to Elliot Miles. Probably one of their stronger wicket-taking threats. So they'll be looking to get some wickets as quickly as possible, try and slow this rate down.
Yeah, that's the only way you can see this changing. As I said, and Hutch said rightly, there's still batting to come. Young Bo Gurner, Jamie Watling, those familiar with him and his European cricket exploits, plus Theo Pullman, who can clear the boundary. So they're not short of batters. That is the perfect execution on this wicket. Top of the stumps, no width to put your hands through, and not short enough to be able to swing across the line. Elliot Miles is going to be key here. This is a vital over for SOS. If they can pick up a wicket or stem the tide a little bit, that will help open up from one end. So Hutch, got you on here. Obviously, I hope a lot of the cricketing community were watching last week when there was the biggest up, but then quite possibly the biggest down in Jersey cricket history. Those of you unfamiliar with it, Jersey taking a 1-wicket win against Scotland, which were giving some people heart attacks on the live stream, myself included, which led us to a possibility of a World Cup, but it was dependent on other results. It didn't go our way with the way that it was, so we aren't able to go to a World Cup, but I think certainly a lot of the cricketing public in Jersey. That's another 6 to Ed Giles, who just got down on one knee and made that look very easy, so his onslaught continues. I don't think it's a bad ball, I think that's just good batting. Sorry, to carry on there, you know, the positives from that tournament were massive and easy to see, so let's start there. Let's not start on a negative. What do you make of sort of last week and the performances from the boys?
Well, if we look at it on a whole, the fact that we went within 3 balls of the Netherlands and then
just going to come back to you on that there, Hutch, because that's obviously a big wicket. Gilo was setting himself 19 off 4, has already done a little bit of damage, but that's exactly what SOS were looking for when they came together to say, right, who's going to take this over? Elliot Miles, on the experience and the quality, has shown, which has made a big difference. So yeah, that's a big wicket which will have a massive impact on this game. Another 5 overs of Ed Giles and this might have been out of reach for SOS. So looks like Bo Gurner, the new batter, coming to the crease, batting number 3 for the under-19s yesterday against Antigua and Barbuda. So even though coming in, what's he carded, 7 on here, he's certainly got the ability and the talent to be batting higher than 7 in this OV lineup, but clearly he's got the potential to do some damage, which is great, and we'll see what happens from here. So yeah, sorry, Hutch, just coming back to where you were before the wicket rudely interrupted you. Carry on.
Basically, with us then getting over the line against Scotland, it does show that we can mix it with the big boys. They were both carded at 13 and 14 in the world, where our current ranking is 27. So I think it's that actual belief that the players now can play against those teams and come away with positive results. That's what we're focusing on. On the actual not getting through to the World Cup, we probably need to look and be a bit more clinical in some areas. Areas of the game that would have improved our net run rate. That is with hindsight discussion, but we were aware of it at the time. But certain areas across all 3 games that we did play, that if we were slightly more clinical, it may have gone in our favour.
Yeah, I think certainly one thing that's paramount in ICC tournaments where 4 or 5 games can decide a fate of a World Cup is that run rate is a massive factor, and that's always been the case, and it doesn't just come into play in the last game, it's every game you play that becomes so important. So was there sort of areas within that tournament that you've been able to sort of pinpoint and say this is where we were really good and this is where we were probably not as good as we could be?
Yes, there are discussions with players that I've not had yet, so I don't particularly want to go into an open forum and say too much. Yep. But yes, when you review any tournament, there are definitely areas that you can improve on. But you're right to say that there are areas that need to be celebrated and applauded on how the boys handled themselves as well. So going in and winning against Scotland is a massive positive, and we need to remember that yes, we didn't get through to the World Cup, but there's big positives to take out of that tournament.
Yeah, I think certainly looking at social media and generally speaking to the cricket public locally, it was an amazing tournament for our boys, and they did themselves proud. And there's a lot of followers around the world who maybe didn't know much about Jersey cricket who now know a lot about Jersey cricket because there's a huge amount of exposure to it. There was a lot of cricket knowledge around the world that was saying that the boys did an excellent job, and it was a shame that they didn't get to the World Cup. Obviously that doesn't change the fact that they don't feel too good about the fact that they haven't got there, but I certainly think when the time's right and as time goes on, they'll look back on it with fond memories. There's famous victories that we've had over the years, the likes of UAE and Oman, and various other countries who are much larger than us and much more experienced in cricketing terms. But I certainly think, sorry, I'm just going to stop there because it looks like we maybe have a hit wicket, is the only thing I can think of. Yeah, so I think what we've seen, which we haven't picked up on commentary because we're too busy chatting, was that in the shot he played there, as he swept it, I think his back foot has disturbed the stumps and he is out hit wicket. Certainly from our view, he smoked a sweep out to deep square leg, which looked for all money like just one, and then all of a sudden the game's changed a bit. I don't know if we can get a replay on that one. Well, hopefully we can get a little closer look. If they guys can pull it up, maybe not, because no one was expecting to see something like that. You don't see it very often in cricket. Funny enough, we did actually see it recently in the T20I series against Guernsey when the game was extremely evenly poised, and Guernsey looked like they might have got across the line, and Martindale Bradley was batting beautifully, and all of a sudden a short ball off Julius Sumarawa, his bat followed through and took the stumps. So maybe there's something with live commentary or live streaming in Jersey and hit wickets. I don't know, but it's a wicket nonetheless. It brings Jamie Watling to the crease. OV's now 6 down with still 5.5 overs to go. Game very evenly poised all of a sudden.
Well, going back to what we said about taking wickets and to reduce overall run rate, you can now see that the landscape for the OV's boys looks lower than the 10 and over that you were suggesting.
Yeah, and that's certainly a sign of T20 cricket. As much as these 2 overs ago, Ed Giles was hitting everything onto the bank and OVs are up and about and thinking that 200's achievable, 1 over or 2 overs of good bowling and taking wickets. Maybe with a little bit of luck in there for a hit wicket is swinging the game back towards SOS favour. Which camp would you rather be in right now, Hutch? If I had to put you on the spot, which I am.
Good question. In T20 cricket, I always do like bowling first, and then because you know what you're chasing, second innings.
A very Jamie Watling style cricket shot there has gone for 4. So second ball into his innings against the leg spinner. Modern cricketers, the reverse sweep is very much an option. I'm not sure it would technically be described as a sweep there. He stood tall, almost a reverse pull. But he stood tall, beaten the man inside at short third and got it away for 4. This is what we're going to see from Jamie Watling. He's a creative cricketer, he's a very good hockey player, so he uses those skills in his cricket.
Oh, Bob.
Drop chance there at long off. Robbie Forrest, who we saw, took a fantastic catch on the boundary earlier. Or a catch assist, you might say, in the scorebook. Running in, low catch, knee sort of height. He got there, certainly got there, and his fingers got under the ball, but it didn't stick. So Jamie Watling there dropped third ball at long off. Would have potentially been a big wicket there with the way that he can be devastating. You can see he's got the power and he's got the ability to hit 360 with his reverse sweeps and hockey shots. So he's a dangerous character, but looks like SOS are going to continue with spin here. Another leg spinner from the other end, Don Blompe, with his 3 overs so far. He's been more expensive than he would have liked, 1 for 32. So he'll certainly be wanting to drag this run rate back.
Yeah, I think Dom's been a little bit unfortunate so far, but it was a really good set of 4 from Harry, following on from his good day out yesterday with a 7 for.
Yeah, I mean, Dom's been vital in that men's side for a number of years now. He's an experienced campaigner. And he was one who performed well in the Netherlands.
Yeah, he's back to his best of the season. His rhythm, his pace at bowling, all seems to be back to where he was when he was at his best back in 2019. So it's nice to see Dom playing, I would say with a smile on his face, but you don't see that too often.
Having worked with him for 10 years, I can agree with you there, Hutch. That one looks to have come out the hand. Maybe a little bit of dampness on the ball still, but that's certainly come out as the umpires confer. An experienced umpire in Stu Hodgson, who's an experienced campaigner, just checking with his partner Yezdi at the other end, just check what the signal is here. It looks like it's going to be a no ball, plus a couple. So the batter's picked up, I think, 2, so 3 off that ball with a free hit to come.
Perfectly timed commentator's curse.
not the first time we've had those today, and I don't think it will be the last. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, an interesting start to the over, one that OVs would have been delighted with. It gives Jamie a free hit here. I'd be hastened to say he's going to go for reverse sweep, although SOS do have a man out for it now. And a nice catch at long off, but for those who watch enough cricket know that a no ball means a free hit, so the batter can't be out next ball. So Harrison takes the catch, get it back in, stop the two, and all of that drama for 1 run. Yeah, and another 6. Sort of field of thought might be in play there. It certainly wasn't out the middle of the bat. 62, 63 metres out there, I think, to that far side. He's got across, as we mentioned earlier, his strength is playing those slog sweeps. He's just got enough on that, probably a 64 metre 6 when the boundaries are around 62. So he's just got enough on it there. And that creeps over again. But this OV's continue to lose wickets, but continue to find the boundary.
It's impressive to see the bravery from the OVs boys. And the easy option would just be to knock it around for a couple of overs to make sure that they've got the wickets in the tent for a final onslaught in the last 12 balls. But it's nice to see that they are still accelerating and trying to push towards this 190, 200 if they can.
Yeah, I think it's a sign of how good they know this wicket is. I think having batted on it for 15 overs now, I think the chat amongst the team, and as I say that, wicket. Not Dom's finest ball there. Quite often a good ploy for a leggy is to drag one down and see if the batters can clear the ropes. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So Dom won't be saying that that's the best ball he's ever bowled. But for Jamie, he'll probably be walking off thinking that should have gone into the tennis courts. He hasn't hit it well. Straight down Robbie Forrest's throat, who seems to be a bit of a ball magnet today. And another wicket for OVs, which keeps bringing this game back into over SOS favour.
So coming in next is Sam Patadar, who's is in the under-19 squad. Will be going away to the World Cup in a couple of weeks' time, so it'll be interesting. It's only going to be a small sample size, but it'll be interesting to see how Sam goes.
Yeah, and I think he's sort of a young batter, could be caught between a rock and a hard place here, Hutch. And could be looking at the scoreboard thinking I need to keep going and finding the boundary, but then once you get into 7-8 down, you start thinking about potentially making sure you bat the overs so you don't leave runs on the field. Which way would you be going here?
Well, James Duckett is in and going nicely, so it depends how he wants to speak to Sam as the senior player in the group. He's got the option to say that he'll be the one to take the responsibility and keep going, and Sam can just knock it around, but I think I would get the youngster to try and go.
Yeah, I'm not sure about SOS's ploy there to have the men. Oh, they've given him a 1. Last ball of the over. I didn't spot that, which is smart tactics to allow Sam to keep the strike for the next over. I was going to mention that they've given him a 1 there with extra cover being so deep on the ring, but those who are watching a bit closer, gladly the captain and the bowler are a bit more switched on than I am, and they've noticed that actually last ball of the over gets Sam back on strike. The skipper himself coming on now from the other end for more spin. It's been the theme of the day. Before we finish, Hutch, I want to just talk about what's next for you and the men's side coming up. We're hosting Challenge League. It got confirmed, well, certainly via social media the other day, that it's going to be here with the first game on the 21st of August, with the tournament finishing on the 31st of August. The full fixture list isn't out yet, but will be out soon. Just talk to me about hopes for the tournament, plans ahead of it, and what it will mean to be hosting again.
Well, firstly, we're going to get today out of the way. That's the end of the T20 block for Jersey as a whole, for the national team and domestically. Then we can change thought processes and how we train from next week onwards when we're in training mode with the national team on Wednesday night. We'll go into 50 over rhythms, start looking to change the plans from just going out all guns blazing with the T20 to finding better rhythms and get a better tempo for how we want to play in the tournament. Hopes for the tournament is that we can play similar to how we played recently in Holland in the T20s, but also how we went last year over in Kenya in the first cycle of the Challenge League, which we got 4 wins out of 5. So that would be nice.
Yeah, I believe we're top of the group at the moment on equal points with PNG.
Yeah.
So for those who haven't seen much of that, we're in a group with Papua New Guinea, Kuwait, Qatar, Kenya and Denmark, who you're very familiar with your time there, Hutch.
True.
So that round 1 in Kenya, as Hutch mentioned, 4 out of 5 puts us at the top of the group with 2 rounds to go. This is a tournament that's part of the 50 over World Cup qualifying process. The same tournament that we won 2-3 years ago now, with the 3rd round being on home soil. For those that remember, we went to the World Cup qualifier where we were playing the likes of Canada, US, etc. We didn't get through that round, but certainly Hutch, I believe, with 2 sides going up this time on this cycle, and us at the top of the table will be wanting to get promotion and go back to that qualifier.
Yeah, we certainly won't be taking the foot off the gas to get 2nd place. We're looking to continue where we left off. If we can go 5-0, that's what we're targeting. We're going to be on home soil, so we know the grounds pretty well. So hopefully injury and form will allow us to be picking from a pretty full group, and it's a pretty talented group. Absolutely.
And whilst the pitch on the game on the pitch carries on, 1 off every ball of that over means 6 off the over. I think SOS will be happy with that. We're now into the last set of this innings with 3 overs to go, 160 effectively on the board for OVs. Still 7 wickets down. Captain poised with 40 off 27 balls. Sorry, he's going to be looking to take most of the strike in these last few overs.
Yeah, I think so. If he can push himself through to a 60-65 not out, it's a great knock.
Agreed. He'll be wanting to walk off that field not out, and having taken them to, I think we're looking at 180. I think with 3 overs to go and 21 runs, I think maybe OVs would want more.
Yeah, I think they'll be hoping for a few more than that, I think.
So yeah, just finishing that chat around Challenge League. It's a home tournament. The games will be here at Grainville and up at the Farmers Field. Some fantastic fixtures been hosted up there over the years in ICC cricket. Certainly the Italy T20 game where we got over the line. Julius against Uganda in the 50 over Challenge League last cycle around. Some fantastic hundreds from John T and Greeny. Up there against Italy, but a fantastic bit of batting there from James Duckett, who we mentioned will want to be not out at the end here. We talked about 180 maybe being par. He's got down on 1 knee. We've talked about that strength being the slog sweep that he plays so well, and he's got enough of it there. Not all of it, but enough of it to get over the rope. 6 more runs to OVs, which is going to get them closer to that par total that they want.
And
50 up for James Duckett. Fantastic knock off just 29 balls. Captain will be delighted with that. He's been their mainstay for the last few years, with OVs, you know, having a few batters who have gone to play their cricket elsewhere. James has really stepped up in that captaincy role, been a leading run scorer for them for a number of years now, and continues to do so on the big occasion here in the semi-final. Which will be the decider to go to Spain and join Farmers there in the 2026 ECL. So lots on the line, not just an opportunity to go down to Spain, but some money involved in gaining to get there. And I think as well, Hutch, a big part of it is taking the youngsters and getting that learning experience. You've been down there before with the Jersey A side. What do you get from being down in that tournament?
I think it's a great learning tool. Is the tournament down in Spain. T10 cricket is all action, so you need to learn to hit it out of the park or nail your Yorkers and slow ball skills. So I think it really accelerates a young player's learning. So would I want to watch it every day? Probably not. Do I think it's a good learning tool for young cricketers? Yeah, I think it's superb. So I'm a big fan of the fact that we get two teams to go through to that. What I do like as well from the St One's team is that they've given Barney 2 overs at the end here to come in and bowl at the death, so that's a great opportunity for him.
Against his best mate Sam, who he's just cleaned up. Maybe a little bit of an inside edge there, but 2 boundaries and then all of a sudden a wicket, which is sort of the theme we've seen for most of this innings. Maybe just speak to us here about sort of Barney's top of his mark as a seamer yourself, but I don't imagine you were playing too much T20 cricket in your era, but certainly from his point of view and as his coach, what would you be wanting to see from him at the top of his run-up?
Well, I think he's got to have a clear mind on what ball he wants to bowl, and against the new batter, so in Sam or now in Simo going in, I'd be looking to bowl what I perceive as to be the hardest ball to score off, which is probably at the top of the stumps, which you've just seen has done for Sam. I would probably look to stay bowling that same delivery early on to Simo, and then once James is back on strike, I'd be looking for either the Yorkers or a couple of slowies and try and get him off strike.
And as we've talked about before, 8 wickets down now. Scott Simpson comes in at 10. Theo Pullman still to come. These aren't 10 and 11 batters in normal cricket.
No, certainly not. Simo can give it a good touch. So it'll be he'll be hoping to score a quick 20 if possible, and get the OVs up to a 190-200 score.
We know he likes this ground, having got us over the line in an interinsular last year, a 50 over interinsular. So he's got fond memories here at Grainville, and he's been probably on the team sheet for OVs every game so far this season. He will most likely open the bowling with his left arm seam, but very strong golfer, so his golf swing comes into his batting. And
true, and he's got a nice Kipax bat in his hand as well.
I must remind you that all various bats are available. Very good comeback here from young Barney. A couple of boundaries to start the over, but one and a dot ball and a wicket in there as well has just dragged it back. It's been a really good game, a really good innings so far. It's had everything. It's had the boundaries, it's had the hard runs between the wickets, it's had the wickets along the way. We've got 2 overs left. OVs continue to sort of have that set batter there, which is massively in their favour. I think SOS will want to see the back of James Duckett here for the last 12 balls. They won't want him to face too many. And certainly from their point of view, it will be vital to potentially keep them under 200 here.
Yeah, the innings certainly ebbed and flowed, which is a typical high-scoring T20 way of going. So it'll be interesting to see the next couple of overs.
Once again, Harrison back on to finish his spell from this end. So we imagine it will be Harrison from this end with Barney to bowl his final from the other end, which is a lot of pressure on young shoulders. You talked about before there how it's great to see that as a coach. It's what we're known for here in Jersey, producing our own. So for a coach and director of cricket, it must be great to see.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, we've got a World Cup under-19 qualification in a couple of weeks' time, so that these experiences for our young players, specifically highlighting Barney at the moment, can only stand them in good stead for that tournament.
Well bowled. Maybe saw him coming down, just took a little bit of more pace off it, and he's yorked himself there a little bit, James, using his feet. 1 run down the ground. Harrison now 1 for 29 off his 3. This is usually a little bit more expensive than he'd be going for. Certainly, those of you, I think that might have got him in the helmet, maybe a little bit of a top edge.
Yeah, I think he was. I mean, the reason he went for the sweep was 45 had gone into mid-wicket, so blocked off that easy shot through the mid-wicket area, which had left open the 45 area, which Simo took on, and I managed to top edge it into his chin by the looks of it.
Simo's not one to shy away from it. He'll get up here and he'll say he's fine. The umpires are going to check, because it's mandatory in cricket. Anytime the ball hits the helmet these days, they must check for concussion, which is absolutely the right thing. So we've just got a little break in play here, which might favour SOS, with the momentum being in OV's favour, but looks okay. He must know which day of the week it is, although knowing Simo, he might not actually know the answer to that. But whether he's concussed or not, we're not sure. We doubt it, because the umpires seem happy, so we move on with
He's a tough cookie, Simo.
9 balls to go here. What's your guess here, Hutch? Come on then, put your money on the line. What are you going for?
187.
187. 14 of the last 9. Interesting. I'm going to get one more ball than you, and I'm going to take a guess off this one ball, which is going to be a single. As Harry Brasher lays out once again, one thing you have noticed, young lad, Harry Brasher, who took 7 wickets yesterday. We talked about on the commentary before when he was bowling, but he's not been around Jersey a huge amount. He schools in the UK. He's from here. His family live here. And that is exactly what James Duckett's been doing all innings. Getting down on one knee, slog sweeping the spinners and clearing the ropes. Harrison kicking the ground there in frustration. That was not the ball he wanted to be bowling there.
It's exactly what the OVs are wanting. Can they get another one here before the end of the over to push it up to 186?
It's gone for 4. Interesting there. It's well bowled. He's seen James coming. He's seen James Duckett coming, and he's taken the pace off and chucked it outside off stump. He's got a thick outside edge, but as we all know, when the ball lands after it being hit by a batter against spinner, you've got to watch for the spin. One of the first things you learn.
It is, unfortunately, Cush didn't pick up on that.
He did not. So Cush, who hasn't bowled a ball yet, we don't think he will this innings, with Barney probably taking the last over. With the ball spinning past him there, we'll probably be a little bit frustrated after that, but it might not be Barney because
Buster by the looks of it.
looks like he's got 1 over left. So it will be Elliot Miles. And I haven't said my total yet because I've been waiting for the last over. So your 187 looks a little bit 2 wickets here and you could be in, but
Elliot Miles is very good.
very good. You're back in Buster here. I'm going to say 190. I reckon 6 off this last over. I think Simo's going to try and get a couple away here when realistically I think he should be just looking to get Duckett on strike.
Yes.
As a coach, you'd hope so.
If there's anything in his arc, I think he's got to go for it.
Yep.
But the sensible option here is getting the man on strike who's got all the runs.
Who's bowled a lovely spell so far of 2 overs for 21 of his 3 with an economy of 7 on this wicket and this ground. In this game, I think that's a good spell.
Yeah, it's impressive. He does hit his areas very well. He bowls that nagging length that I think you mentioned earlier. It's not full enough to get underneath, and it's not short enough to be pulling. So it's just very good, classic left arm spin.
Dot ball and
Man down.
oh, wicketkeeper's taken a little tumble in his haste to get the ball, but he's up and about and he's saved any runs. So although he didn't take it cleanly, reacted well, got the ball, dot ball, which is exactly what one SOS want. And this is the risk now with a batter who's 62 off 34 at the non-striker's end, potentially standing there and watching the whole over as Simo tries to swing it over the ropes. That's smart batting. Bit of experience showing there from Simo. That's the way I would have gone about it. Get yourself off strike, let the man who's striking at over, I think 170 it popped up before, take these last 4 balls to try and project you to 200. Mine still sitting on 190. I think both of us are potentially going to end up short here, but we'll see how these last 4 balls go from Elliot Miles, who's bowled consistently well right the way through this innings. Must be noted as well, I think the second ball of his spell was 5 wide, so if he bowls that ball straighter, his figures look a lot different.
Certainly do.
It's a good shot there, and you can see what Buster was trying to do. Clearly trying to fire in his Yorker to not let him get under the ball, and he's just missed his length slightly and gone a bit full. And James Duckett continues 6 4s, 4 6s. Strike rate of 188 is a real good sign of potentially what things to come here. Batters come into Grainville and striking at this strike rate shows just how good the pitch is. I'm excited to say we've got Dan Birrell on commentary during the second innings, so we'll be talking to him about the wicket. He's put a lot of effort into this wicket, and it's paying off with the totals we're seeing so far.
It's a good shot.
Another good shot. and that's what he's been doing. That slog sweep continues to keep paying off. I think this is a bowling attack that suits him. Lots of spin, and he's batted beautifully so far. He's exactly what we talked about he'd want to do. He'd want to be not out as the skipper walking off at the end. And these last couple of balls just starting to take the game back in OV's favour. I think one thing that you can't discount here when there's so much on the line is the pressure of scoreboard runs. You can see a few despondent SOS fielders out there, some hands on hips, a few looking at the floor. This is just starting to break the back of their belief. When you get to 200, it's a big psychological difference. Not the best bit of cricket we've seen today. So yeah, a little bit flummoxed. It looks like Buster's taken all the pace off it to try and give him nothing to work with, and as he's done that, the ball has dipped a lot. I think Daffy's potentially just his eyes have lit up and thought, right, I'm going to hit this for 100 metre six.
Yes.
And
yes.
in doing so, has missed a low full toss, which has then also beaten the wicket keeper, but not enough for it to not rebound off him and eventually stump him out. So yeah, stumped is the dismissal, and James Duckett departs for an extremely well made 72 off 36. That's a huge innings for the OV side, and certainly if SOS are going to chase these down, they're going to need one of their guys to go as big, if not bigger.
No, exactly. That kind of knock, if the OVs do manage to get a win out of this fixture, it's exactly that you can pinpoint as a turning point in the game.
With the last ball of the innings, that was pace on, thick outside edge, and it's raced away for 4. So 199 the total. OVs will be absolutely delighted with that. I think their skippers led them well there and picked up a really good total. So 199. So if SOS are going to go to Spain here, they're going to need to chase down 200, which we wouldn't see very often in local T20 cricket. So, Hutch, any thoughts before you depart us?
Final thought is if they do get the 200 that they need, then they deserve to be on the plane.
Agreed. They're going to have to earn their way to this victory. As we said, the winner of this game goes to Spain to join Farmers down in the ECL. I'm not sure if you can see in the background, but SOS in a bit of a huddle at the moment. That'll be the leaders, the experienced players speaking to the boys, getting their heads up, thinking about can they go and chase this total. So stay with us, or even better, jump in the car, get down to Grainville to come and watch this chase. I would say that this isn't a done deal. A lot of times this year, 10 and over for 20 overs would have been a tough ask, but having seen this wicket, having rolled it myself this morning, I know just how hard it is. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're on for a really good game here. And certainly if they're going to chase this, we're going to see some fireworks. So head down here and join us. If you can't join us, stay on the stream. I believe it's about 15-20 minutes between innings now. And then we'll be back with you for the St. Juan Springfield chase. maybe 13. 13 or 15.
Thank you. Yep. Oh. It's on.
Cool. Okay, welcome back to Grainville. I hope you grabbed a quick drink or whatever you needed, because there is a potential of some very exciting cricket ahead. We have, for those of you joining us halfway, a fantastic knock from James Duckett. Took OVs to 199, 72 off 37. Elliot Miles picking up 3 wickets for SOS. So an evenly poised game, I'd say. This is a very good cricket wicket, and the boundaries are not as big as they usually are. So 199, I think we were talking about par being 180 in the first innings. 199 I'd say is slightly above par, but 2 batters stood at the crease now in Patrick Googe and Harrison Carlyon are experienced, talented, and have played many games for Jersey. So this is going to be a good watch. Certainly I'd say this game is going to be decided in these first 6 overs. It will be a huge part of the match, and as we saw in the first innings, wickets don't necessarily always mean that you're going to win the game. Batters just kept coming in from OVs, they kept taking the game to the opposition, and just as you thought SOS were fighting their way back in, they came back into it. One point of difference I would say looking at this OVs lineup is that they're going to bowl more overs of seam here. Certainly SOS packed their lineup with spinners. We saw Harry Brasher, we saw Don Blompe, we saw Elliot Miles, Harrison Carlyon, which all spin attack. They could have bowled Kush Patak, so they've left a spinner out there as well, but young Barney Aston was the main seamer for them. So opening up from this pavilion end for OVs is Scott Simpson, who we saw in the closing stages batting with James Duckett. Will bowl his left arm seam, also an experienced campaigner. Was late to get into a Jersey shirt, but has been around cricket for a number of years now, and has certainly over the last 2 or 3 years really found his own in T20 cricket. So he won't be intimidated by these 2 at the crease, and certainly OVs will be looking for early wickets to break the back of what would be a pretty big chase here from SOS. Delighted to say I'm joined by national captain Chucky Pershard, who no doubt will be playing in the final at 3:30, might I add, for Farmers. And we'll see how SOS get on here. But that is certainly not plan A, I'd imagine, Chug.
No, not a great start from Simo, bit of a loose knot. And yeah, Googe slaps it away through mid-wicket for 4, and it's a no ball as well, so it'll be a free hit. Not quite the tone setting that OVs would have wanted, but as you say, Simo will be right up for this context, and he'll certainly back himself to sort of get out of this sticky situation that he's going to find himself in with the free hit. But yeah, great 20 overs we've got in prospect here. I think a lot is going to really rely on Patrick Googe and Harrison Carlyon. Carlyon in particular found some real strong form in the European T20 qualifiers recently, and keep going from strength to strength as a cricketer, and he'll be looking as well as Googe to set a big score here and really lay the foundations for the St. Juan's chase.
Yeah, agreed, Chuggy. Well summarised there. We have had, well, technically no balls bowled and 5 runs, so that 199 just became 194 in 1 ball that hasn't been counted. So the task a little bit easier. 9.75 runs required per over, which on this wicket and this ground, Chuggy, isn't insurmountable.
Yeah, boundaries are feel like they're European Cricket League sized, which is quite topical, as obviously the winner of this game will be off to the Cartmere Oval next spring. Free hit comes in there, and Googe swats it away through mid-wicket for 4. It's a great start for the Wannies with 9 runs coming off the first legitimate delivery, and Googe is sort of straight into his stride here.
Yeah, it's always going to be interesting with this chase. You've got a huge amount of experience playing a high-level cricket for Jersey and T20 cricket in particular. What would be the chat if you were in that SOS dressing room about how to go about chasing 200?
I think you've got to kind of break this run chase down into blocks, really. Obviously, the power play, first 6 overs, probably looking at being at least 60, really taking advantage of the field being up as Simo comes in again. And nice delivery and just dotted into point for good delivery there from Simo. But I think you've got to break this run chase into blocks, really, and it's got to be 10 and over throughout. But if you don't hit your 10 off 1 over, you've got to be looking to catch up pretty quickly thereafter, because once it sort of hits 12s, 13 and over, 14 and over, the game starts drifting away pretty quickly. So they'll need to start quickly. Simo comes in and just drifts that one down the leg side for a wide.
I think the important thing to remember is that runs per over is so vital, but at the same time it's sort of every over. So it's not you need a block of 10 runs off just 3 or 4 overs, but it's every over from the start. So it's psychologically difficult to start with, but as you say, the power play will be absolutely key here.
I don't think these St Ron's boys will back quite as deep as the OVs as well. So a few wickets early from OVs could really hurt St Ron's, particularly if they can see the back of Carline and Googe. The one OV is starting with a slip in the hope, I think, maybe that they can find the edge, and Googe drives that one down to long off, and it'll just be a single. A nice bit of bowling from Simpson and a good shot as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it from the first innings right the way through, in these first few balls from Paddy Googe. This is a good wicket. The ball is coming nicely off the bat. Batters can trust this ball, can trust the bounce, and even the likes of Johnny Hewitt right at the top of the order there, who himself would have played a lot of twos cricket and has sort of found his way more into the ones this season, was looking great. A lot of balls, as I mentioned on commentary at the time, were getting hit out the middle of his bat, was hitting the boundary fielders hard and putting them under pressure. So with the wicket and with the boundary sizes that we've got today, it's certainly chaseable, this total. Just to mention that the final that Farmers are in, Chuggies will be playing in, is a 3:30 start this afternoon. We had a bit of a delayed start this morning with the huge amount of overnight rain we had, so this one was at 11:30, and this afternoon's final is now a 3:30 start, to ensure that the winners of this game get a little bit of a rest, or enough of a rest, to be able to play Farmers in the final. So the format for today, for those unfamiliar with it, is that the winners of this game join Farmers in Spain for the European Cricket 2026. Farmers won it, were the crowned champions of Europe in the ECL earlier this year. Harrison plays at wide one outside off stump, doesn't make connection, and so therefore they get an automatic invite back, which we saw 2 years ago when OVs finished second, I believe, in the final, and then Farmers qualified to join them last year. So lots on the line, Chuggy. You obviously big part of that Farmers victory and that European road trip, shall we say? Maybe not a road trip, but that European journey to get to lift that title on that night. Just tell us a bit about it and how much it was a big part for Farmers cricket.
Yeah, it's an incredible tournament, really, and what the European Cricket Network are putting on, the product that they've got is amazing, and it's massively helping to grow the game in Europe, with each country in Europe having a team represented there, and that team from each jurisdiction is the national sort of T10 or T20 winner in that particular country. So it's the best of the best, really, that go out to Spain, and we were lucky enough to lift the trophy last time. It was an amazing couple of weeks that we had out there, with my stag do actually sandwiching the the trip, and not curtailing the Farmers' performance, as a few boys headed down to Marbella for a long weekend as well. But no, the European Cricket Network, credit to them. It's an amazing thing that they've got, and it's a really huge prize for whoever's going to be out there next year. It's a great week.
Yeah, which tells you what the sort of is on the line for this game here. Both teams want to get this victory for more than just the fact that they get a place in the final. They've got that opportunity to go to Spain. OVs, having done it for a number of years now, they've experienced that, and they want more of it. And SOS, who've never been, will certainly be looking to try and get themselves there. There's great opportunities in front of them, and it's all to play for here. Might I add that the preparation for big international cricket tournaments has never been a trip to Marbella, has it, Chucky? That's just for farmers down in the. Although a few of the players would have enjoyed that, no doubt.
Without a doubt, yeah. It was a nice break for some of the lads anyway. After 1 week of cricket, to kind of have a weekend off, recharge the batteries a little bit mentally anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ed Giles into the attack now, and he started well with a single to mid off and a dot there. It looks like he's getting a little bit of shape away from the right hander. Very handy cricketer is Giles. He'll look to hit the wicket hard. And slightly over pitches there, and is struck through mid off for 4 by Carline. A really nice shot, and you'd say that's one of his stronger areas, Harrison. If you over pitch, he'll get stuck into it.
Yeah, agreed. I think this was potentially what Ed Giles is going to do here. Is probably what SOS missed a little bit of this morning at 11:30. Barney Aston certainly a really good young bowler, but he's a little bit more of a seam nipping type seamer where he hits the deck and the ball kind of tends to do a bit off the wicket, whereas Gilo's a bit more of a swing bowler. Will move the ball in the air and out the hand, so the batters will have a little bit to contend with. But as you could see there, it's a good wicket, not short and wide, good length and wide, but too much width there. Harrison able to put his hands through the ball and clear the ropes comfortably through over point, which is a sign of why we think 199 doesn't guarantee anything today.
No, definitely not. And it's a sign of actually a great wicket if you can hit through the line over extra cover and get 6. But Giles comes back superbly with sort of one in at the hip, and Carline, all he can do is shovel it out to deep square leg, and it was a nice catch out there. I think. I don't know who's caught that, but that's a good bit of bowling from Giles. Top delivery, in at the hip, not easy to hit, and sort of cramps Carline for room, and all he can do is shovel it out to the sweeper.
Yeah, sort of a strange shot. It didn't look like he tried to hit it for 6, but also didn't look like he wanted to keep it down. It was sort of he just wanted to try and time it nicely maybe, but he's got maybe a bit of a top edge on it, but I mean he couldn't have found the fielder any better. I think he had to move maybe 1 or 2 yards to his right. Bo Gurner, a good young fielder out there who's an athlete, was never going to drop that. So a flash in the pan innings from the SOS captain. It's certainly not what SOS wanted. They wanted none out of this power play, and they wanted a large total on the board, but all is not lost. Young Robbie Forrest comes to the crease now, batting number 3, who's seen some big improvements over the last couple of years. Robbie will be one of the first to say he was very much playing second team cricket a few years ago, and although doing very well within second team cricket, wouldn't have imagined himself batting at 3 for SOS. We saw it in the finals day last year. I think he was batting down at something 5-6, and I think quite famously that he likes to remind me of. I mentioned how he wasn't necessarily a big hitter, and then he proceeded to hit 3 big sixes down the ground. So I'm not going to call much of this. I'm just going to say Robbie's a very good batter, and for the spectacle of this game, a partnership is needed here. One of these two is going to need to go big here if they're going to get close, right?
Yeah, definitely. And Robbie's a really good competitor as well. He'll be right up for this. He'll probably play some pretty smart cricket. Maybe try and run hard early on in his innings, but if you do bowl a loose one at him, he's more than capable of absolutely dispatching it. As Giles comes in. It's a nice start from Giles as Forrest just guides it out to a deep point for a single.
Interesting field. You don't often see a deep point, but must be something to do with Giles' shape on the ball, do you think, Chogi, maybe?
Maybe a bit of extra bounce as well, just might help take the ball sort of behind square perhaps. Or maybe it's a plan that the OVs have got to sort of, maybe just chuck it out wide a little bit and take small leg side boundary out of the game.
So if SOS get over the line here, we'll see Farmers setting a deep point for Chuggy's first over.
I wish I had the pace and bounce of Giles, but I'll stick with long one and cow corner, I think.
Maybe 10 years ago,
yeah.
Chug, maybe 10 years ago. But yeah, good start. It's, the run rate I don't think is going to be an issue here. I think the run rate will keep coming. I think it's, as we've seen even in this short innings so far, it's a good wicket. The batters can hit through the line of the ball confidently. It's not sort of one of those 2-pace wickets where you're a bit unsure about putting your hands through the ball. Even that shot of Harrison there is, he's played that comfortably, but he's just hit it too well almost. Those are the sort of ones as a batter that you kind of want to dead hit into the leg side so that it just runs along the ground rather than time it and hit it well. So a big blow for SOS, no doubt. Harrison's obviously a big danger man, and can speak to his performances last week, Chuggy, with you guys. I spoke to Hutch earlier about the overall team performance and things he was happy with from the tournament, and obviously Harrison, well, he's told me this, so whether this is 100% true, was pretty close to winning player of the tournament. I'd imagine, certainly seeing the performances he made, he wouldn't have been far off, but he was certainly a talisman for you last week.
Yeah, absolutely. Harrison had a standout tournament, and I think he'd be the first to say that he was a little bit lean on runs coming into the competition. But there was a superb 60 odd that he scored against Guernsey, which would have done wonders for his confidence. It was a really tricky wicket, and we were a couple of wickets down early, and he sort of guided us through to a really comfortably winning score. And with the ball as well, my word, Harrison was revolutionary. He, bowling in the power play, some of the hardest overs against some seriously great batters. And he was too good for them. He was outstanding all week, Harrison, and a real leader. And St Ones would be pretty disappointed that he's wasn't able to hang around a little bit longer here.
Absolutely. We didn't see the heroics that we were. Well, he would have been hoping for today. But if the rest of his team can do the job and get him to the final, maybe we'll see that in the final. But it's sometimes overlooked, I think, in cricket, just how hard it is to bowl these power play overs. Chuggy, you've bowled in the power play, you've bowled out the power play, you've had various roles within the T20 side for Jersey. Just speak about how difficult it can be as a bowler within the power play.
I think particularly as a spinner, it can be a real challenge sometimes. Well fielded down at third man there. But yeah, as a spinner, it can be a real challenge with only two men out and a hard ball that often skids on and doesn't really provide much in the way of spin. But that sort of skid that Harrison gets, and maybe a bit of drift with the new ball, is a real tool of his, which he harnesses brilliantly, sort of bowling wicket to wicket, back of a length at the top of the stumps, and it's a bit of you miss, I hit really, and Googe carts that one away over cow corner for 6. Really nice start from Googe here, who's come out of the blocks firing, but it can be difficult in the power play. If Simo was bowling that ball out of the power play there might have been a guy that just catches that standing on the rope. It can be a tough time to bowl, that is for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's part of this T20 game. Bowling at the death isn't just the only difficult part of the game. These first 6 are just as difficult, and actually sometimes harder with only 2 out and a new ball, as you say. That it does swing, but at the same time it's extremely hard, so it comes off the bat a lot quicker than it does in the 18th, 19th, 20th over. So these seamers, these spinners who bowl in the power play, it's rather you than me, that's for sure, on these sorts of days with the small boundaries and the flat wicket. So a good start in terms of run rate here. OBs are keeping that run rate in check. I think it started at 975 or 980, so they're well up with it. I think they don't need to think too much past 10 and over. I think that's the obvious. Every over, let's look to get 10. I think you can break that down into 1 boundary and 4 singles, or 2 boundaries and a couple of singles, depending on how the over goes. It's as you mentioned earlier, Chucky, these sorts of chases, you don't want to look too far ahead. You want to just over by over, ball by ball, and see where you're at. So yeah, a good over there, a better over there from Simo after a loose first over, and Gilo to continue. Chucky, you were captain for many years. Talk about sort of tactics skippers often will use within the power play. We're seeing sort of the first 4 overs be bowled by the same 2 bowlers here. Previously in the first innings, we saw Harrison mixing up his bowlers more. Is there a preference from your side, or things that have worked and don't work, or why you would do that?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, Lee, and I don't think there's necessarily a set formula for it. I think if a bowler's running hot and sort of is looking threatening against a batter, they might want to keep them going. This great bit of fielding on the boundary by Gurner keeps it down to just a single. But yeah, I think if you've got a bowler that's running hot, particularly a seamer, on a wicket that might be seam friendly, you'll keep them going in the hope that they'll maybe utilise that new ball with a bit of swing and seam movement that might be available. Otherwise, on a flatter wicket where batters are potentially getting settled, the captain might want to mix the bowlers up just so that the batters can't really get set against a particular bowler or bowling style. Big shot there from Forrest, but fails to connect. But yeah, I think it's a good move to stick with Giles. He's just taken a wicket in his first over, and beats the bat again there. So he's definitely looking threatening, and I think the bounce that he gets with a hard new ball, it'll be sort of amplified with the new pill.
Yeah, and bounce and a bit of shape out the hand as well, as you saw there when Robbie came down the wicket, beating the outside edge. It's often slightly going out of the game, swing bowling in the first few overs in T20. You're a bowler yourself who relies on swing with the new ball and bowl a lot of in swing. But it is one of those that in this sort of games it can have an impact for the first 2 or 3 overs, that just if you've got that bowler who can beat a bat or beat the inside edge, it does make a huge difference, especially on these flat wickets where there's not going to offer much sideways.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to find a way of sort of keeping the ball out the middle of the bat. So whether that's a bit of swing or a bit of seam movement, or if you can find a bit of something off the wicket, just to sort of keep the ball away from the middle of the bat, as that one has done, and it goes straight up in the air, and it's taken by Theo Pullman. That's a huge wicket, and the decision to keep Giles going really pays off there, as Googe can't clear mid-on, and St Ones are finding themselves in real trouble now at 36 for 2.
Agreed. Both international batters now gone, as one walks to the crease in Don Blompe. It is not the start that SOS would have wanted. I think Patrick looks back on that. He was probably leaning back on it a bit too much, trying to get that elevation. He's from side on here, a lot of his weight looking like it's slightly back on his back leg rather than into the ball, which has meant it's gone straight up in the air. Certainly a pressure catch for Theo Pullman. Everybody knows how dangerous Googie can be. And Ed Giles, as we've mentioned, he was dangerous with the bat. He didn't necessarily come off as well as he would have liked. There were some huge sixes, but he's now having a bigger effect with the ball, and as Chuggy said, the extra bounce, and like I was mentioning, with the ball moving a bit out of the hand, it's a double threat, and it's certainly doing a job here for OVs. So game very much in the balance. I feel like this partnership is now even bigger than the last one. You mentioned earlier, Chuggy, about the depth of the OV batting lineup. Certainly there's still some recognised batters to come for SOS, but they do not bat as deep, so these two are going to need to do a lot of the work.
Yeah, I imagine John Best is going to be slotting in at 5 as well, and he's more than a capable batter. But yeah, these two are going to have to take some real responsibility here. But it's not going to be easy, needing 10 and over against a decent attack in OVs, and they're a great fielding side as well, as we've seen so far.
Yeah, agreed. They're young. They've got plenty of youngsters in this side who have got plenty of promise. You've got the likes of, well, we saw Bo Gurner take the catch, then Theo Pullman take the catch. 2 youngsters who are involved in our under-19 side, who Theo's actually captaining. They're away next week. Young Sam Padaz also in that side. So there's a nice blend here of experience and youth within that OV side. So they're certainly looking at the moment like favourites in this game, but a good 5 overs of these two batting will likely bring it back, and young Theo's on to bowl. Chuggy, you've skipped him this year. We saw him in that 3rd game against Guernsey come on and open the bowling in the power play, get asked to do that, having not played in the first 2 games. Just speak about your experiences with young Theo.
Yeah, really like Theo as a seamer and cricketer on the whole. Bowls fast, he's got nice action, plenty of variations as well, which is obviously very much suited to the modern game. He's got a terrific attitude, desperate for the ball, always wants to bowl the tough overs, which is why chucked in the new ball against Guernsey in the decider. But he'll be right up for this, and I think he was quite disappointed not to have played when we went away to Holland. He was sort of he's not going to shy away from playing against the likes of Scotland and Netherlands, that's for sure. So really looking forward to seeing what he can do today and in the under-19s next week.
Yeah, I think he's looking at the likes of himself. We've got Barney Aston at SOS, and we've got, who else do we?
Young George Richardson and Will Pershard,
yeah.
Bosio. There's some good young fast bowlers coming through. That's for sure. It's it's an exciting time for Jersey cricket with these lads coming along. We've been a little bit short of quality fast bowling for a few years now, with sort of Julius and Dan Birrell, Anthony Kay sort of being the mainstay of the attack. But it's great to see some quality young quicks starting to come through.
Yeah, agreed, and not just pace but skill. That's the key, I think, is that we're now starting to see the first generation of seamers come through that I can certainly remember, that are not just sort of back of a length or ball out the hand. They've got the skills, the young lads, they've got the bravery, they've grown up on T20 cricket, and the bravery mixed with the ability to execute slower balls and skills is a big plus for you.
Yeah, definitely, and you can expect to see sort of that sort of stuff from Theo in abundance. He's got a really good slower ball out the back of the hand. He'll nail his Yorkers. He's got a bouncer. He'll use it all. So far, I think he's just kind of ran in and bowled top of the stumps because the batters aren't putting him under too much pressure. But there'll always be something. Like, he's a thinking cricketer, and he'll try and stay one step ahead of the batters. There's the slower.
Well bowled again. Yeah. Another run. It's just 5 off the bat so far with 1 to bowl. So he'll really want to get out this over without a boundary, which would really put SOS in a difficult position there. Run rate's already now 10.4, so it's creeping up with every ball. 2 wickets down, the 2 international batters. So, as I mentioned before, this is an important partnership for SOS.
Gloved over the keeper for 4, but well bowled by Pullman. On another day, that would have just nestled in the hands of Johnny Heward. He's a tall guy with big long arms, and just about got it over the top of him. So Robbie will be delighted with the 4 there to finish the over as Theo's over goes for 9, and it's a decent set for St Ones, who are kind of looking to rebuild here. But not a disastrous over for OVs as well. They'd probably take it too. And Giles coming into his 3rd over now, last set of the power play. Been interesting over here to see if someone's really looked to take it down, because the field is going to get spread pretty quickly once this over is done.
Yeah, we talked about it in the first innings. We mentioned about how that period of just coming out of the power play, overs 7 to 10, are often a big sort of indicator of, if you play those better than the opposition, that will give you a really good chance of winning, because we spoke about the fact that the batters are sort of caught between a rock and a hard place. Now the field's spread, do I come down the gears and look for my 1s and 2s and look for 8s and over, or do I just keep going like I have been out the power play? It poses a question to the batters that's difficult.
A tight single there, and well fielded by Brennan. I think that, it did hit the stumps, so Blomps must have made his ground, but a great bit of work from Brennan.
Although,
or did he dive into
I think
the
he died. Yeah, I think the replay might show, if we've got it, that I remember. I don't think he hit the stumps. I think he missed. The reaction from Brennan showed I should have hit him, and then I think in Dom's haste to get there from having run down the offside of the wicket, he's directly run into the stump, or not run into the stumps, but slid into the stumps. And knowing the size of Dom's head, I feel sorry for those stumps.
Oh, well struck by Forrest there. He advances at Giles and he clubs it miles down the ground. That was a beautiful swing. And a much needed 6 for St Ones.
Agreed.
So Robbie, who's faced 10 balls now, he must be feeling set. I think he is looking to cash in on the last over the power play here. That was a great shot. Oh, and a
good
great
comeback. Good comeback. This is good cricket. This is what we wanted. We want a bit in the pitch for the bowlers, which there is if you put it in, and then some for the batters as well with the boundaries. Robbie's shot there, what showed there is his intent to get at the ball. His weight was forward, which is why he made such good connection. If you look at Googe's dismissal, he was back and his weight was on his back leg, whereas Robbie's coming at the ball, trying to put his power into the ball. And that's again an example. Not great running from SOS, bit ball watching, but they've got 2 anyway. So yeah, this is what his plan is. He's gonna go at Ed Giles here. He's not gonna just sit there. It'll be interesting to see how Gilo responds. But Robbie's just sort of said, right, as you mentioned there, he's had 10 balls. I feel like I'm a bit in now. I've got a few balls left. I need to make sure that I get us up to this run rate, which has been back down now to 10.05.
Oh. Great bit. Oh, a bit of a send-off as well. But no, a really good bit of bowling. I think Giles knew that Forrest was going to, look to use his feet again, and Giles drags his length back and sort of finds a leading edge. Very smart cricket.
Listen, I think hindsight's a wonderful thing, no doubt, but I think that's where you see a bit of youth versus experience. I think Robbie, in his haste there, I think most of us knew what he was going to do there, which means Gilo's probably going to go, right, I'm going to bring my length back here. I'm not going to bowl full, so if he wants that, if you're a batter there and you've got the experience and you've played a lot more cricket than Robbie has, you thinking, I'm going to sit back here? Am I going to go to plan B? Am I going to try and counteract what the bowler's thinking, that game of cat and mouse?
Yeah, perhaps a bit of learning to be done there for Forrest, knowing that Giles was going to keep hitting that heavy length and maybe even drag his length back further. He could have sat deep in the crease, but he backed his option, which had brought him a bit of success earlier in the over. But a really smart bit of bowling from Giles, so credit to him there. He's bowled a pretty good over here.
Agreed, and with one ball left in the power play, that now brings the dreaded T20 stat of 3 wickets in the power play that I think it's something like 70% of games are lost. I don't know if that's still the case. Modern cricket is very different to how it was even just a few years ago, but 3 wickets down now, SOS. John Best, the left-hander, within this SOS side. Ben Healis not available for the first game. I believe if they make it to the final, he's here. He's flying back this morning, should I say, from the Open. Which I'm sure has been a nice couple of days for him. So, which brings a little bit of a conundrum for the keepers. So not the keepers, the captains, trying to set a field to left and right handers. John Best, a dangerous batter on his day. If he gets going, these ropes are certainly not going to be big enough to stop him going. So we'll be interested to see how he goes with just one ball left in the power play, and then Dom at the other end.
But what a spell this has been from Giles. 3 for 25 off his 2.5 overs so far to get rid of the top 3 for St Juan's. A top effort, and he's really put St Juan's under a huge amount of pressure here. Doesn't adjust to the left-hander, but it's a top spell of bowling though, and it's really set the game up beautifully for OVs.
Yeah, listen, if any time an individual bowler gets 3 wickets in the power play, they've bowled a good spell regardless of how many they've gone for. It's broken the back of this SOS chase a little bit, so they're going to need to do
good quick single there.
Do something a bit special from here, Chug. We've got the power play done. 10 point nothing. You mentioned there sort of 12s, 13s is where it starts to get quite difficult. 10.14, it's on, but wickets is what's counted against them.
Yeah, the wickets is going to hurt them big time, but they're going at close enough to the rate at the moment, and in T20 cricket, when the ropes are small, there is always the potential for a big over of 20, 25, which these two out there at the moment, and I know Hayward will be sat there with his pads on. He can strike a long ball, and there are a few other boys in that St Juan's team that can also, they're dangerous batters, and they'll keep believing for now, that is for sure. But these are the two that are going to have to score the bulk of the runs, given the state of play at the moment. And it won't be easy against this St Juan's team, against the OV's team, that is for sure.
No, they've got a good bowling lineup. We've seen 3 overs from Ed Giles. I think now the power play's done, they may hold him back and bring someone else on. I imagine we'll see the skipper, James Duckett, who's had a bit of a day out already with 70 off 30, so his confidence will be high. I'm looking around the field, looking at the other options they've got. Certainly Rob Duckett will bowl some overs, I think. It's sort of wicket to wicket with the keeper stood up. He's usually probably a bit more effective on green seamers, but with the field spread and scoreboard pressure and 3 wickets, you'd think that might be an effective way to go.
Yeah, I think we can expect to see the captain, James Duckett, on pretty soon, particularly with the left-hander in. Although Giles has bowled beautifully, so they might want to just keep him going and bowl his 4 straight. We'll see. But yeah, Pullman into his 2nd over straight here, and he started well. And obviously now the power play is done. You can see the field spreading, and I think the OVs have gone straight to having five men on the boundary, which is no surprise. But what I do like seeing is that they've still got cover in mid-wicket in nice and tight to kind of keep the pressure on and stop make it a little bit difficult for the Wannies to keep knocking singles.
Agreed. It's a nice approach. It's attack in the ring and defend outside the ring. It's an approach that's worked for Jersey for many years. Chug, you've been part of some amazing defence of totals, one of which we saw in the Interinsular Series against Guernsey not so long ago, where you yourself had the ball in the hand at the top of the mark. I think it was 5 needed or 6 needed off the last over.
Something like that.
Something like that. You're not too unfamiliar with it, having done the same against US in 2014, I believe, in LA. Talk to me about that Interinsular Series weekend and how you think it went as preparation ahead of what we've just seen in Holland.
Yeah, it was a really interesting weekend of cricket, and we definitely weren't at our best throughout it. Credit to Guernsey, they've got a whole lot better as a team, and they ran us incredibly close, having won. Guernsey won the Friday night game to go 1-0 up on a 3-match series, and luckily we managed to get out of jail and win the next two as Pullman finds a bit of extra bounce and one's through to the keeper there, and John Best has to depart 60 for 4, and St One's in real trouble here. But here comes the haymaker, Adam Hayward. He's a big, strong boy. He's got a lot of power there, and these small ropes will not be an issue for him. That is for sure if he can get going. But someone's in desperate need of a good partnership here.
Agreed. It's what we've seen throughout. Wickets have been hard to come by, but it's been how many runs has been scored between wickets that's been key. OVs, if we were to be able to pull up the partnerships for the OVs innings, it would show lots of 20s and 30s between wickets, but they didn't stop going. That was the key, and it's a philosophy that we've seen come in a bit more from the new coach Paul Hutchison, where 20 overs, it's rare that you see a team get bowled out, so keep going. We saw it against the Dutch. I think that was one of the big takeaways from Holland, was that to compete with that level of opposition, you have to have that belief to keep going. You can't go into your shell, you can't take 3 or 4 overs to sort of recuperate and come back and rebuild, which is classically a way of thinking within cricket that certainly of our age, Chug, we were brought up on that.
No, without doubt, Lee, 20 overs isn't a long time, and if you're going to spend a few overs consolidating after a couple of wickets, you're going to find yourself behind the game. So you've got to keep going, and what a great delivery that is from Pullman. A bit of extra bounce over the top of middle and leg by the look of things, but no, it's a great start against Hayward. He's bowling beautifully here, is Theo.
Agreed. I just want to chat, Chug, about the sort of what it's like when you take, obviously, a 14-man squad. We've talked a lot with Hutch, and there's been lots in the papers about Holland, the successes and the disappointments. Just talk about what it's like as a captain managing the squad of 14, because we're talking about Theo here. We've mentioned Will Pershard, George Richardson, young seamers who didn't get a game whilst they were there. It's not unusual for that to happen, but just talk to us about what that's like, managing youngsters coming into the side and sort of doing that as a captain.
Yeah, it's really difficult for the guys on the sidelines that don't get a game. When they're there running drinks, particularly when it's hot, it's a really tough job and thankless at times. But I do know that the guys out there on the park are really grateful of all the efforts, and the George, Theo, Will were all absolute stars throughout the course of the week. They bowled a whole lot of overs in the nets. They were great around the lads, and hopefully they're all young cricketers, and hopefully off the back of that time that we've had in Holland, they will have learnt a whole lot. We had bowlers meetings, analysing the opposition, which they were a part of, and it's a great learning experience. Our coaching staff, obviously Paul Hutchinson, Jimmy Adams, the West Indian legend, and Simon Willis, who's a great coach. All those guys sort of feeding into conversations with the young lads. It's a great learning experience. So although they didn't get out there, hopefully they'll be much better cricketers for the experience. Maybe just sliding down leg, but James Duckett straight into his work with a big LBW shout first up as Blompierre shapes for one of his favourite shots, the reverse sweep.
Yeah, we called it. Well, you called it. You said wouldn't be surprised if we see the captain come on from the other end. Great knock in the first innings, as I mentioned, confidence high. First ball there, wrapped on the pads as Dom looked for a reverse sweep. Leg by for 1, and he's into his work.
And Hayward with a strong shot down the ground first up, and just a single. But I think Hayward will probably quite fancy this matchup. He's a clean hitter, can hit a golf ball miles by all accounts, and I think he'll fancy a bit of off spin.
Agreed. It's poised nicely in this chase. Just coming back to that point around the guys supporting the team, as you mentioned there, it can often get overlooked, the work that goes on behind the scenes. Just talk about the sort of makeup with the coaching staff and the players who aren't playing, just how much they play a role. and the commentary predictions continue to come, Chuck.
Yeah, it's a beautiful strike from Hayward, who clears the front leg and lofts that one over long on for a beautiful Maximo.
Copyright infringement.
yeah,
I feel we're going to be getting a decease act from Mr. Maximo.
Vinny Sandu will be after me. I'm sure he's watching. Hi, Vinny. But no, great shot from Hayward. A beautiful shot. But I can't remember where you're going with that.
Sorry,
question.
no, absolutely fine. I think that's a fantastic shot. Agreed. Just wanted to touch on like the behind the scenes, because when you're not there, you see the 11 blokes on the field fighting as hard as they can for Jersey, and that is what you get to experience. But you've been possibly 10 cricket trips now, or tours away with Jersey, maybe more, if not more. It's an important part of how things work. So just speak to the fact that there's that goes on behind the scenes, and just what it feels like day to day when you're there as a group.
Yeah, for sure. Well, the guys that didn't get a game, they're young, they're learning. We know that in years to come they're going to be the mainstay of the Jersey cricket attack, and they're still young lads, and highly regarded, and they've got long cricket careers to come. I think everybody at times has sort of sat on the bench and had to look on, but where I think Jersey cricket really stands out against some of the sides that we play against, even the boys on the sidelines are really, really supportive of their friends on the field, and I think some dressing rooms can get a little bit toxic when guys are sat on the sidelines, but we are a really strong group of mates who are everyone's supporting each other. Even if someone's got their spot on the team and they think they should have that role, the support is second to none, and it's just such a shame we couldn't get to India, because those young lads would have been part of it, and they would have learned even more, and it would have really fast-tracked their development further. But they're young. They'll have plenty of Jersey apps appearances to come. That's for sure.
Now getting a chance themselves to perform on finals day. We'll see a few of them again in the final for Farmers. I believe Will Pershard in the lineup.
Yeah, Will Pershard,
George Richardson
in the lineup, Toby Britton, all and Jack Kemple, all really exciting young prospects. So looking forward to seeing how they go under the pressure of finals day. Agreed.
And game's still going here, obviously, with the run rate now. The required run rate is up at 10.8, so still not over 11. We're not sort of in the territories of 12s and 13s, as Chuggy's mentioned, yet, but the chase, as you look at it on 128 needed off 11.5 is certainly not where you'd want to be if you were SOS right now. You'd want to be a little bit more comfortable, but there's certainly an ability here for Adam Hayward to clear the ropes. Don Blomp 9 off 10. Certainly, if we think back to that Liberation series, Don Blomp in a final did something that no one expected him to do. For those that were watching either live or on the stream, chasing down 200 odd in 10 overs happened, so we can't ignore it, and he's still at the crease. So whilst he's there, he does like the occasion. We've never seen him do it before that time, so we'd need another knock similar to it right now. He's 9 off 10, so he's given himself time, but as I say, SOS are going to need to start finding some boundaries to keep them up with this rate.
It's well bowled from Theo Pullman as Hayward sort of goes offside of the ball, and Pullman just follows him, and clever bowling, and they sneak through for a single. But yeah, as you say, Lee, these two out there, it's definitely still possible. Dom will absolutely believe there's a chance. His confidence will be sky high after what he achieved in that ECN T10 final, where he turned up off not too many balls. Or was it a ton?
I think it was 90 off about 20 something.
An incredible innings.
So if he's gonna emulate that, he's gonna need to get a bit of a hurry on. But at the same time, he's got more time for a start, and there's still some wickets with some batters to come. Young Barney Aston, Harry Brasher, Tyler Burton, the wicket keeper's a good young batter. So they've got wickets to come. They've got batters to come. Wickets in hand. These two are going to need to do a little bit more work than they're currently doing just to keep up with what's going on. They're getting creative. I think this is an effect of what Theo Pullman's doing here, is that he's showing that he's got all the skills. He can go short, he can try and hit you in the head, he can bowl the top of the stumps, he can go wide, he bowled a slow ball. So it's a cat and mouse. We're seeing batters try and get creative here. I don't necessarily think it's needed. I think fine leg and third man are certainly up, so that sort of ramp shot is on. But with the short boundaries and a good wicket, the way that we saw a lot of the runs scored by OVs in the first innings.
Really good bit of fielding there for Giles, and he saves 3. He's a big, tall guy. Manages to use all 6'4" of his frame to get down on that one. It's a good bit of work, and I think actually that's a key difference so far in what I've seen of this game.
Yep.
The OVs have by far outfielded some ones, and
Yep.
that's probably a 20-run swing in the match so far, maybe even more.
Completely agree, and that can be the difference between winning and losing in high-scoring fixtures. Chug, you're with us for a couple more overs, and after this ball, I'm just going to get your in the gap, no, straight to the field up, Charlie Brennan. So it's just going to be one, and you can see another different length from Theo. So he's bowled lots of different balls that over, and it's been very effective with just the 5 coming off it. So, Chug, I spoke to Hutch earlier about the upcoming tournament. We've got something to look forward to. We've got a home Challenge League once again. We've got fond memories of that. Just talk me about your hopes and the preparation going into that.
Yeah, there's something very special about a home tournament, and we've had some great memories over the years of big home crowds in Jersey, tight victories. So yeah, the guys are really looking forward to it. And after the disappointment of the qualifying campaign in Holland, where we didn't quite make the World Cup, having a home tournament I think is really exciting and sort of is definitely lifting the spirits. We've got some strong opposition coming along in Papua New Guinea, who recently played in a T20 World Cup. Qatar, Kuwait, Kenya, who were once upon a time World Cup semi-finalists, and our friends Denmark. So there are some good sides coming over, with Farmers and Grainville hosting all of the fixtures. But we're really looking forward to it. It's about I think it's a month today until our first game, where we host
the 21st.
Yeah, where we host Kenya. So after the T20, I think the boys have spent a little bit of time off, bit of downtime to refresh and recharge the mental and physical batteries. Blomps clears the front leg there, but is he going to clear long on? Oh, he's not, and it's a good catch. Is that Theo Pullman down on the boundary?
Yeah.
And someone's really starting to falter now, and the OV's captain continues his really impressive game as he's dismisses one of the danger men of St. Juan's.
Yeah, certainly. You look at that now. It's 5 down, just 5 to play with. There's a lot of runs still on the board, and a lot of hopes were with Dom there. And I think he knew it. The way he was going about it, 10 off 12. It's not the way we've seen other batters go about it today. Batters have come in and played confidently from ball 1, looking for their boundaries, but you could see that he sort of knew that he was going to have to bat deep here, so he was trying to give himself a good chance to sort of get and take this game deep. 10 off 12, once you then hole out to long on, if that one goes for 6 and he starts to get some momentum, all of a sudden 10 off 12 can look very different. So now we're looking at sorry, we're just changing that on the score card there. It was certainly Dom Blompy that was caught on the boundary there. Well caught by young Theo. Well caught there by young Theo on the boundary again. The youngsters are stepping up for OVs here, who look set to play another final and secure themselves a trip to Spain.
Yeah, this could start getting a little bit ugly for St. Juan's. OV's just too good so far with the bat, ball and in the field. They've been so ruthless, and it's been a really good performance from them, to be totally honest.
Yeah, and this is where this is you feel for the batters coming in at 6-7 here, because they've been tasked with something that's extremely difficult. They are they don't have 2 ways to go about it, which can be freeing sometimes, but certainly if they were going to get close here, they needed the top order to come off. one of them to get 70 odd like James Duckett, and it just hasn't happened. So, you know, you feel for these batters who are in now, who have got a big job to do. And as we speak, Adam Hayward continues his fine form. That was not a bad ball there from the bowler. It looked like it was just missed his Yorker, but Adams dug it out, as you say, with that extra power he has. He's smoked that down the ground for 4. So whilst he's still there, SOS have a chance. The boundaries here and the wicket allow him to do what he does, which is swing as hard as he can and get it going as far as he can. So there's a chance whilst he's there, but as you say, it's a difficult task now. SOS would have liked, well, any team would like the top 4 to go big, but when you're chasing 200, even more so. So, you know, they're still going at 8.2 and over. Run rate's still 11.8, so it's not, we're not talking like they need 20 and this game's completely out. We've seen it before. Cricket can be a funny sport. These two start to get going, build a bit of confidence. It's still a good wicket. The boundary is still the same size, so it's just about backing your belief 100%.
Yeah, one thing is for sure, the haymaker is going to keep swinging as Tyler Burton swings hard there, and he's I think he's not going to clear Theo Pullman, who takes a pretty regulation catch at long off, and Burton is now gone, and it goes from bad to worse for St Wands. And yeah, this is looking tough for them now as Robbie Duckett straight into his work.
Yeah, as we said, he'd usually probably prefer a green seamer, but he doesn't bowl bad balls. He bowls wicket to wicket, and first ball there, as you can see, that the batters coming in towards the end here don't really have a plan B. They're not allowed to have a plan B because of the way the game's been set up by the top order. So they've got to come in, they've got to take their chances. If one of them comes off, then great. But whilst the haymaker, I think, is that the nickname you've given him?
I don't know. I don't think anyone else calls him the haymaker.
No,
but,
I know. It surprised me, but I don't hate it. So we'll go with it. We'll go with it. So he's still there. Barney Aston-John joins him at the crease, who in his own right can bat well. He maybe hasn't got the power you would want from the size of what Adam is compared to him, but he can certainly do his job to get Adam on strike and ensure that he faces as many balls as possible. Certainly Adam won't be short of any confidence in his own ability, and as you said, he strikes a golf ball a long way. I'm delighted to say that we're going to have a change in the commentary box. Chuggy, thank you very much for your time. It's been a pleasure listening to all of the things that we've talked about so far, and I'll say good luck for the final, and it should be a good game no matter who you play.
Cheers, Lee. Thanks a lot. It's been a pleasure chatting, and yeah, looking forward to the final. It should be a good one.
Good. So one big hitting golf ball hitter is out there in the middle, and another one joins me. Dan Birrell, those of you who are familiar with him know that he's not shy of clearing the ropes. Biz, I imagine you wouldn't be too upset if you were out there batting yourself right now.
No, I don't think so. I think pretty good track. Whoever prepared it must be pretty decent at what they do, but been pretty good weather for it, to be fair. Ball's coming on quite nicely, and I think I would want to have a go at this bowling attack, I think.
Yeah, those of you who don't know, Dan is our groundsman at Grainville, so he's talking about himself there, whoever's produced the track. You know, an assist from Peter Goff, will say.
Yeah.
Dan has joined us this year. He's obviously well known within Jersey cricket, but has taken over the ground staff since the end of last year and into this year. Dan, welcome.
Thank you.
What do you make of this SOS chase?
I think they will struggle from here on out. I think early doors, I think Harrison and Googe are 2 massive wickets for OVs. I think if them boys could have got off to flyers and then carried on going, obviously as Adam smacks it out of the ground, I think they might struggle to keep up with the rate from here on out. I think Harrison or Googe needed to go big and then people bat around him. They have got clean strikes of the ball as we've just seen. But yeah, I think they might be a wee bit short here.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in. I mean, it's not in the sense of decision making, because you've got one decision to make. How far can I hit this cricket ball? And as we can see, Adam can hit it far and is hitting it far and doing a job here. And whilst he's there, SOS is still alive, so you never know what can happen. It's going to take something special, no doubt.
Yeah.
Adam will back his skills. He's a confident lad.
Yeah.
He's got the power, he's got the ability, he's shown it so far, 22 off 14. Barney's job here, I believe, will just be to give him the strike. Just get yourself off strike, let Adam take as many balls as possible and go from there.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that OVs did well in setting their total. I think they rotated the strike well, and then with matchups sort of got off strike. I know that we only seen 3 or 4 balls of Gilo, but we've seen what he can do. Daffy with a decent knock, Johnny Good with a great knock as well. I think one thing that they did quite well is they didn't try and overhit balls. I mean, the ropes aren't massive, they're big enough, but very clearable, as we watch Adam bone this one for 6 again. I think like not trying to overhit the ball on a decent wicket that's coming on quite nicely is something that they did quite well, and I think maybe SOS just haven't done that as well. I think they've tried to overhit a wee bit in terms of options and stuff. Like maybe Jalo did swing it around early doors. I didn't actually see the stream, but it looked like he was streaming it. But everyone that's cleared the ropes has sort of hit at sort of like 75%, and just trusted their bat swing and stayed nice and still. I think the wickets that we've seen have been people sort of getting themselves out rather than anything else. But
Agreed. If anybody's going to give you any advice on hitting sixes, Dan's your man. Certainly not me. So, agreed with you there, Dan. Just talk to us a little bit. You know, whilst we've talked a lot about this wicket so far. Obviously, a lot of rain overnight. I was here with you this morning, helping you roll it. We put a lot of effort into it. You put a lot of effort into it, particularly. Just talk about sort of from when it starts to what it looks like now. What goes into it, and how much time and effort actually gets put into something like this.
I mean, effectively the process stays the same for every single wicket that we produce. So we usually start latest about 10 days out. So we start thinning it out there. So 30 cut the grass, give it a roll, and then soak it, and then start the process from there on out. So we'll cut quite high, and then like gradually get the wicket down in between rolls. I mean, you are a massive part of the rolling process on this wicket, so you are to be credited for, and as is Pete Goff, who's the assistant groundsman. Shot.
Young Barney Aston flexing his muscles there. He's been stood at the other end watching Adam do it, and he's thought, I fancy a bit of that, and has helped himself to 4. So a good over there for SOS. There is 13 off it, so their run rate now just creeps over 12 runs and over. Chuggy before was speaking about how 12 and 13 start to make it a bit difficult to manage. I'd certainly say 97 off 8 isn't impossible, certainly from what we've seen so far today. So SOS in this, but a lot rests with Adam. So, sorry Dan, interrupted you there. You carry on.
No, all good. No, that's good knowledge, and I definitely don't think this is unchaseable. I think if Adam gets going, I think sort of looking towards sort of 2 boundaries and over from here on out. Obviously the run rate speaks for itself, but I don't think, same thing, I don't think they need to overhit. I don't think they need to finish this sooner than they actually need to finish it. I think if they sort of look to take on, like, obviously this is a matchup that's quite nice, sort of medium pacer for Adam, so we'll see how this goes. Down the ground, got up. Oh, nice work from young Simo.
Young Simo coming round. He's almost run round the ball there, but instead of running round the ball, he's managed to pluck it one-handed. He's made it more difficult for himself than he
Great
needs to.
Mayo. He must have some friends watching, I reckon. But yeah, for the wickets, I mean, it's all a fairly similar process. Sometimes we sort of not doctor the wickets, but suit the wickets to certain types of teams. Obviously, T20 finals day, you want to see runs on the board, so we've cut this at 8 mil. It's had a decent amount of rolling with some hot weather last week, so pretty ideal conditions throughout the last 10 days. Obviously last night of 35 mil of rain is not ideal, but the sheets did their job this time, so it wasn't too difficult this morning. And to be perfectly honest with you, the rain was very welcomed on the outfield and stuff, so fingers crossed they can start greening up for the big tournament that we got in August.
I'm happy to disclose some information to the viewers that yesterday evening Dan texted me to say, what do you think about the rain overnight? Are we going to have a lot? To which I found a forecast that said 1 millimetre of rain, which we were delighted about. We thought that would be the case, and I believe Biz woke up this morning to a text from Jimmy Pershard confirming we'd actually had 32. So as that one goes down through third man and is going to get there to the boundary for 4. So it's a little bit of a different way for Hayward to score his runs. We've seen We've seen big sixes so far. We've seen him out the middle of his bat. This one a thick outside edge, but they all count. So another 4 to the score. Again, whilst he's there, this game isn't done. 89 off 7. One big over gets them right back into this. There's batting to come. Elliot Miles, no doubt, will have his pads on. And knowing Elliot, like I spoke about in the commentary earlier, he's not short of confidence. So he will be backing himself to go out there and do a job here. Harry Brasher can also bat. He's an under-19 cricketer who bats nicely. I think earlier in the season, in a 40 over game for SOS, scored 40 odd not out to get them over the line in a chase. So he's not unfamiliar with these conditions. So lots on the line as the 13th over is finished. SOS now 1-1-2 for 6. Hayward going nicely on 36 off 21. Barney playing a supporting role with 9 off 8. So we've still got a game on. Wickets are going to be the key, no doubt. But game on. Biz, we were talking earlier, you were an experienced campaigner yourself. We were talking earlier about young seamers bowling in the power play. What sort of things have you learnt with your experience, having done a lot of that makes a big difference? Why was sort of Ed Giles and Theo so effective since they've come on?
I think, especially here at Grainville, where we usually have quite nice pace in the wickets and good bounce, I think sort of having your angles done by your wicketkeeper is a massive thing for me. Like, I think at Grainville, I know that it's a T20, but sort of gully point regions where the ball sort of likes to go down here, I think they're massive. Having your hot spots covered by your best fielders, that's also a massive thing in T20. I don't know if my good friend John T. Jenner's watching, but we usually have him in our hot spots for Jersey cricket. But I think, like, especially with Jersey cricket, you sort of know what the players that you're bowling against like to do. So I think that's a massive help. Similar with when you do your analysis or your research when you're playing international cricket. Sort of sticking to your plan and backing your plan. I remember Jimmy Adams saying whilst we were away that a well-executed bad plan is not great in regards to what we're trying to do. So even if you have a great plan, stick with it. It might not be, they might go for 6 or whatever, but if you stuck to your guts and you know that fine well you're going to stick with your plans. I think that was who bowled that first one? Ed Giles. Ed Giles looked to get the ball up there and swing it. That's obviously massively helpful with the stumping
Loud
shout
appeal there.
It's
He definitely
close.
moved his feet. I think it's going to be one of those where it all happened so fast. If
we
we
have
had
a
the
sound
benefit
angle?
of a replay, which we do, just to be clear, we do, but the umpires don't. I don't know if you can pick up Andy Brown in the background shouting third umpire, but there isn't one available.
I
so that's
definitely
not going
won't
to
be
be the
giving it
case.
out
But
either.
those are the sorts of decisions where live and sort of in the moment, very difficult to give. But I think if we slow down the replay, there might be a chance that was a very close call. But not out. Adam's still there, and setting him up there for the next one for 6, having almost been out, but he didn't quite get it. Big over that for OVs. Just now that run rate starts to climb. James Duckett is finished his spell, 1 for 34 off the back of 70 off 30 earlier on. Has certainly done a lot of damage so far. So 13.8 required now. 117, 83 needed off the last 6. Big ask.
Big ask.
Big ask, but ultimately now it's I need to clear the ropes.
Yeah, I think so. I think the same thing. We'll just go back to that. Pretty much the whole plan of trying not to overhit, back in your options. I think Adam's a strong lad. If we can get him to face, well, if SOS can get him to face as many balls as possible, with Barney playing that supporting role, which he's doing quite nicely actually. Pace on the ball now, so the faster it comes, the faster it goes away. I think if boys back their plans here, Adam not typically great at facing pace, but hopefully he can keep his eye on the ball, keep his head nice and still, and try and hit straight. I think. But we'll see what Simmon's got to offer.
Yeah, and this is the thing where in run chases, viewers or people around the ground can forget that the numbers look good, or the numbers might not look good, but ultimately it's the bowlers tend to be coming back are the best death bowlers.
Yeah.
So not only are you up against the run rate, but you're then up against the best death bowlers that team have
bowled.
got. So you'll often look at the score and the overs, but then you'll be thinking, right, well actually there's 2 overs left of Scott Simpson, there's 2 overs left of Ed Giles, which I think he's got 1 left. I think they held him back for 1. they bowled Gilo through the power play. We discussed with Chuggy about sort of holding bowlers through their spell or whether you chop and change them. He was very much in the moment. If the bowler's hot, keep them going. And we're sort of seeing that with Gilo, where he bowled every over from his end through the power play, which has clearly worked with his 3 wickets. So going well. OVs look well set here. So if we don't want to go too early, but if we see an OVs Farmers final, Dan, who are you thinking about as sort of danger men, ones to watch, that those tuning in for the final will spot?
I think regardless of the men that we're about to watch potentially in the final, if it is going to be an OVs Farmers final, I think it's going to be a hell of a fixture. I think 10 out of the 11 Farmers players have an international cap for Jersey, I think. So I think they'd be pretty heavily strong favourites, European champions as well at the T10. Obviously my great friend Julius Summerhour, he strikes the ball immensely well, bowls great gas. I'm excited to watch him bowl on this wicket, and I'm also very excited to watch him swing the bat on this wicket. Also Nick Greenwood as well, as the ball goes in the air. A great chance. I think it's going to be a great game of cricket. I think OVs have shown exactly what they can do with the bat and with the ball this game. So I love backing an underdog. Hopefully OVs will give me a shout for a wild card as well if they do make it to the T10 after this game. So I'm gonna have to back them.
I can certainly vouch for your love of underdogs because I've seen your bets for the Open. So I can certainly tell. That's a nice shot away there from Barney. It's not a lot of width there. I think he's made his own width. He sort of got himself onto leg stump. That's certainly where the fielders are up. The field at the moment with deep square, deep mid wicket, long on and long off. I'm just looking around for where the fifth looks like deep cover. That's the area. Barney plays a cut shot well. 4s are not necessarily going to get them over the line, but they're going to need boundaries. Over 14 now. It's time for just hit and hope and attack.
I actually think this is quite a nice field for Barney. Not many up on the offside. I think if I was Barney, I'd be looking to score through that offside. Shorter rope on that offside. 3 men out on the leg side. I don't think he's ever going to try and nail it over there. Adam, on the other hand, I think this is quite a nice field to him, so we'll see what he gets up to here.
I think he's thinking one thing. I think he's hoping that a few of these end up either towards us or on the bank.
Yeah.
And if it does happen, we've got game on. If not, I think that might be good night.
2.
Last ball of the over. I think
he fancies it.
Take that one. Face up to the next over. We're going to need to see a big over here. It's creeping up with every ball now. If you're viewing and watching and listening, you can see that required run rate creeping up every ball now. Previously it was sort of at the end of every over, now every ball. So the equation is clear. 73 needed off the last 5. One of those overs is going to need to be a big over. We're talking nearly a boundary every ball, just to get them back on some sort of level term. But what we do know is it's a very good wicket, Dan, and the boundaries aren't massive, so they're never out of it.
No, I don't think so. I think looking at that image that you've got on your screens there, I think Robbie Duckett, if he does end up coming on, which he is going to come back on, I think if I was SOS, I would be looking to take this over down. I think it's a pretty pivotal part in the game. I don't think he will bowl another over after this regardless, unless he goes for, well, I'll say that, and then he'll probably get a 5-wicket maiden or something, a 4-wicket maiden and finish the game off. But
we've seen a few commentators this week, or this innings, or this game.
But I definitely think, maybe I'd definitely be looking at young Theo Pullman coming back on. I don't think these two lads will fancy that too much. He's bowled very well. So I think if they are going to get back up to the rate, I think this is the over to do it. Short side, leg side. Quite a gettable bowler. I hope he actually doesn't watch this back because he's a great lad. But if I was out there having a stick, I'd be looking at this over, thinking that this needs to go us back up to the rate. I think. There we go.
And as we speak, that's a 6 runs. So there we go. This is the start of what SOS needed. Dan is predicting good things. He's getting them right. That was exactly what they needed. Robbie Duckett's rolled up, bowled it. I mean, that is can only be described as a slot length. He's going to need to either drag his length back or nail his Yorker here. Is that a gap? Needs to be 2 at least.
Oh, it's a great bit of work.
That's a great bit of fielding out on the boundary. Jamie Watling putting his body on the line out there to save the boundary, which he's done. With the assist from Theo, who's gone back in. Chuggy speaking earlier about the standards in the field, the differences between the two. Certainly OVs have by far outfielded SOS here, which in a T20 can be vital. And another.
Yeah, that's
and there
massive.
We go. That one
Onto the
is on the
bowls club
roof, and that's
nice.
50 for Adam Hayward. 55 off 31 balls, which has been in against the run of the grain here, because SOS have not had a great time of it, but Adam has taken it upon himself. You can see there 2 4s, 5 6s, strike rate of over 170, big smile on his face. Never short of a bit of confidence, Adam. So he's doing a job here and giving SOS a bit of belief. I don't imagine that he's going to do anything different. This over's still got 3 balls to go, and he still has 3 opportunities to make this the over that swings it back, potentially towards an SOS victory. If that was the case, it would be one of the great innings.
One of the great innings. I think Harrison will be saying to him there, sort of that thing that we spoke about earlier about those 2 big dingers that he's just hit there. He's sort of not swung himself off his feet. I think he looked in good nick there, head nice and still. He's got a beautiful bat path, Adam. Hits it a long way when he gets a hold of it, as you've just seen. So I think if he can stick to that plan, keep trying to hit him off the sight screens and not try and overhit, Robbie Duckett's going to have to change something here. And if he goes pace off, I also think that's not a great option with a short leg side boundary. I think it could be, yeah, this could be the over that SOS needed, I think, as we were just discussing.
Oh, they've got the ball back.
Oh, the ball's come back. Wow, scenes.
As one of the people involved in organising the game, this is the moment where I realised I didn't really get any used balls for the umpires. Should it go out the ground? We're not used to seeing them necessarily go out the ground here, Dan.
No, we're not.
So it wasn't the top of my list for today. So I'm glad we've seen that ball back. And in between games, I know what I'll be doing. So back into the live action now. They found the ball. They've got a very straight mid-off. Very straight long off, sorry. A wide long on. So there's a man basically behind the bowler's arm. But at the moment, with the way Adam's hitting it, it doesn't matter where they're stood.
I think he has to back them options to keep going straight. Shot.
And that is a gap in the offside, but he's not hit it that well. Barney's going to come back for 2.
Good
Well
running.
ran.
Good running. That's good.
Well, we've got a bit of a pattern emerging. We've had 6-2, 6-2. So those gamblers amongst you, I'm not sure where I'd be putting my money, but looks like a pattern's emerging. Oh, well bowled. That is executing under pressure.
Executing, yeah. I think, as we said, I think that's a great option for Robbie Duckett. I think going full, nice Yorker length. Adam can't get underneath it, free his hands up. I'll probably be trying to, I'll actually try and play with the field a wee bit here and maybe bring deep square leg up. I don't think he's going to try and hit it out there. And put one out there, I think. I think that's where I would have my other man. But, yeah, I think decent overall in all.
That's the over they wanted. Certainly 12, 14, 20 off it. That is what we were calling for. SOS knew that they needed a big over. That is one of them. But you look at the required run rate, it's still at 13. It's evenly poised here. I wouldn't go anywhere. This certainly isn't done. Whilst Adam Hayward is stood there, it looks like he's tired out there, which he...
Couple of 2s, he wouldn't have wanted that. He wouldn't have wanted a couple of 2s, big ad.
He certainly is needing that break, and we've got a change of bowler, and they're bringing in a new bowler, which is an interesting move. There's overs left still for Giles, Simpson and Pullman, but the captain himself has bowled out. In this situation, he's chosen to go with Corey Bisson. For those of you that know, Porky would be described as probably a part-time bowler.
Part-time bowler.
The likes of he's been described with the likes of Tim Bresnan.
Yeah.
In the past for only the fact that he bowls a heavy ball. back of a length into the wicket, which can be very useful in these conditions, but not the usual move you might see when these sort of a new bowler coming into the attack hasn't bowled yet, might take a few looseners to get going.
I think he's just going to run in and try and hit hard lengths here, probably try and knock someone's head off, I would imagine. As he runs in, bowls heavy length. He actually played in my lovely Western Towers team in the T10. He bowled a few nice spells for me up there, and I've seen him put on a Jersey shirt and bowl a few nice spells as he reaches for his back. He probably wouldn't have done this for a long time. Hopefully he digs one in short here. Oh, well bowled.
I can't understand what Barney Aston's thinking here. You've got a man at the other end, 61 off 34, you're 19 off 15, and you're trying to swing out the park.
No.
He has to be looking to get Adam on strike here. This is not smart cricket. If he just gets in line with it,
Has to go to his bumper here. No, slowy. Oh, well bowled.
And he's going to get
Four for it. There you go.
So he's backing himself. He's made me look a bit of a fool there, but that's absolutely fine. I'd still be backing the lad who's 6'2", weighs a bit more, and is 61 off 34 to get 14 and over. But he's backing himself. It's what Hutch talked about earlier. He said he wants the young cricketers to come in and play their game, and he's certainly doing that.
Same
There's
spot.
one. So that gives the in batter 61 off 34, 2 balls of this over to do some damage. They're going to need at least one of these 2 balls to go to the boundary for me.
I think if OVs have done their research here, I think Porky might be digging this one in. I don't think Adam likes it in and around his nose region. However, we'll see how this one goes.
It's very well bowled. He's come on here in a tough situation, not a tough situation necessarily, but a tough situation in the sense that he's not warm, he's not got a feel for the game, he's been stood there for 16 overs and he's been given a shout. But
Experienced campaigner though, Porky. He'll be looking forward to this, and we definitely won't hear the end of it if he gets a wicket here. Well bowled.
that is
Well
an
bowled.
excellent over. 5 off the over that counteracts the 20 from the one before. So 25 off the last 2 overs is good for OVs. They're getting closer. Just 3 overs to go now, 48. This is, if you could just get it to the last over, I think. Anything we've seen an over 20, it is possible. So if they can get within 20 for that last over, you never know. That's cricket.
I don't think they'll be chucking the ball back to Robbie Duckett. I think that was quite a high pressure over. 17th is always quite a high pressure over. I can't imagine it will be going. Oh, they're going to Theo. So I don't think they'll be looking forward to this as batters. I think if they can get a couple of boundaries away, that'd be a great result. Theo's a lovely young bowler. He's a great lad as well. Seriously backs himself. He's got great skills. He'll be a nice one to watch putting on a Jersey shirt in the next few years, I think.
Yeah, and that's the absolute key here, isn't it? You're a bowler yourself, a seamer who's bowled in the power play and at the death. And as a batter, there is nothing worse than not being sure what pace the ball's going to come down at. The big difference that we're talking with, the likes of Robbie Duckett versus Theo Pullman is that you know what pace the ball's going to come at with Robbie. He's all about executing. If he nails his Yorker, he's hard to get away, but you know what pace it's coming down as. So as a hitter, you can set your base, you can trust your hands, and you can swing through. But someone like Theo, who's got a fair bit of extra pace and a really good slower ball,
Yep.
it puts you in 2 minds as a batter. It makes you think, is this the quick one, is this the slow one? And then just that sort of hesitation can be the difference between clearing the ropes and not.
Definitely. I think the last thing you want to see as a hitter with Big Ad stood up the other end is barn door on strike here. We just need him to get one. See if Adam can attack. It's not a bad result. Tries to heave it out to the leg side boundary, cloths it just inside the circle to get one.
He has to keep making contact, young Barney, and then see what can be done from the other end.
I think Theo is a clever young lad. I think he'll be the man to give me my bouncer that I've been asking for a couple of overs to add. Only trouble with the bouncer is that if he does get anything on it, they have third and fine up, so there's a good chance of it racing away for a boundary regardless, so potentially pace off. Well bowled. I think that's exactly what we just discussed. I think Theo's a top quality young lad and backs his options massively. Like, you just seen how well disguised that slower ball is. Perfect sort of at the back heel.
with them that umbrella field on the leg side. It's nice bowled.
Very good bowling again. We spoke about pace off, which we've seen. We've spoke about into the wicket. Chucky talked about in at the hip. That's an important part. It doesn't allow the batters to free their arms. We saw it earlier with the dismissal of Carl Lyon, where he didn't have room to really get his hands through and get underneath it, and he ended up finding the man on the boundary. So this is really good death bowling here.
Well bowled. Very well bowled.
This is what we talked about earlier, where although the runs and balls seem quite a simple fact, as you get towards the end of that innings, the simple fact is that the best death bowlers come back on. So you don't want to leave yourself too much to do in those last couple of overs when the opposition have their best bowlers to come back on. But at the same time, anything can happen. So
Anything can happen,
45.
but I feel like might be a little bit too little too late here with dots of ones, which as the bowling side here, I think that's exactly what they'd be asking for, is dots and ones. As we just seen, I think they ain't going to get very close to this total if they don't get a couple of boundaries and over. I mean, what's the run rate now? 20 odd. As you said, stranger things have happened, but I feel like it might just be a little bit too little too late for SOS here.
Agreed. If Adam's there in the last over, you never know. Barney Aston has got a freebie here. There's one ball left in this over. Adam's got strike for the next over, so Barney's job here is simply clear the ropes or find the boundary. I'm betting a pace off delivery or a bumper. Wide Yorker, which was excellently snapped by the keeper. Wide ball.
Good, rolling back the years to under 19s cricket as Theo questions it.
So wide ball is the result. The bowler's not too happy about it. He thinks because the batter's come across, the wide line should move. I'm not too familiar on that rule myself, Daniel. You might be, but
I'm not a big fan of anything like that. I'm a bowler anyway. As he slashes away, it could skip up.
On.
He's going to have
kick on.
lost a trait.
That is
Questionable. Very questionable from Simo. Very questionable from Simo.
I don't know.
As the crowd erupts and is demanding four, and Simo's is kicked off. There's all sorts going on here. This is theatre. This is what we asked for.
This is what happens when everybody knows each other. There's a bit of theatre here.
Real
There's
good stuff.
absolutely no chance that Scott Simpson has got any idea whether that was four or not.
I'm hoping that we get a little slow-mo replay of this. I wouldn't mind seeing it.
He's in the middle of a tumble trying to save four, and SOS are expecting him to be a good guy and give four when he's got no idea what was going on other than I've got to knock the ball back.
I think the last thing that...
Spectators look like they said, sorry Dan, the spectators said, depends where they are. If they're OVs, they were saying no four, and if they're SOS supporters, they were saying four. But ultimately, couldn't be proven otherwise. So it's two, which gives the simple equation of 41 needed off the last two. Adam Hayward on strike. Scott Simpson, the man in question, with the ball in his hand. This one's going to need to be a big one if we're going to go to an interesting final over.
I think this will be the last thing Simo will want here is the ball going away for six after being involved in a controversial moment there. I think the lads in the dugout for SOS won't be afraid of letting him know if it does go for six. So he needs to nail his plan, and that's wide, I think.
Wide.
As the boys in the dugout get stuck into him, and he's not too happy.
Bowlers aren't happy, but are they ever, Daniel? You being one yourself?
No,
are you ever
definitely
happy
not.
with an umpire's decision?
Definitely not, unless they're giving something out when it hits the pad or caught behind. I'm never too friendly.
This is good.
It's good theatre though.
No, dot ball. This is good. This is.
I think they're a
good
little bit
battle
worried
here.
about their over rate here. I think as Simo runs back to his mark, there was a couple of shouts of a slow over rate from the crowd. Simo comes in again. Adam's taking his time, which is nice theatre.
Each team has a limited time to start the final over, and the umpires will keep in touch with the players out in the pitch about where they're at.
Oh, it's massive! It's absolutely massive. As Hayward picks up the slower ball and dispatches it out of the ground from Simo, which is exactly what the boys in the dugout would have wanted after that moment on the boundary rope. As the skipper starts shouting. No idea what he's saying to Adam Hayward, but that is some shot. That's got miles.
It's gone a long way. Now, what we were talking about then is that they are within a certain amount of time they have to begin the last over. So they must be close to that. If the bowler's running back to his mark, umpires will allow for different things like the ball going out the ground and injuries, etc. But I believe, if I know the rules well enough, which I'm not 100% convinced with, there'll be people better than me who know this, but I think a 5-run penalty is awarded, and I'm not sure, one of the fielders maybe have to come up for the last over. I think there's a rule around that as well. So we'll leave that play out on the field, leave that to the umpires who know a lot more than I do. But simply put, with this game of cricket, it's not done yet.
No, definitely not done yet.
7 off 2 balls for this
What
over.
need to win 34. How many does it need for his 100? Oof. Could we be seeing one of the great all-time Granville knocks here from Adam Hayward? Who knows?
A few more blows like that.
Let's have a look.
Struck it well. Barney's going to have to turn and come back and just
Go,
do it.
Dort. Oh my God.
He's throwing it. That's all right. That was what was needed. Young Barney
That's a
Aston
great
needed to
result
get
for
himself
SOS.
to the other end there. He was he was backing up well. Adam was always going to get there. The danger end being the bowler's end where the ball was coming from. Barney was running to it. It was a good throw right over the top of the stumps from Robbie Duckett, I think.
As a batter, Leroy, what would you be happy with chasing in the last over?
Good question. I certainly think
It's a definite 2. It's a definite 2. Oh, it's spectacular scenes as overthrows go for big buzzers as the SOS sheds erupt.
right. So let me just. This is an interesting one for a commentator. There's lots going on here. I'm sure you can hear St. Juan Springfield in the background. The 2 is putting them under pressure, and the fielder has launched a throw which didn't look like it was going anywhere near the stumps. The wicket keepers tried to get it, and the umpire was just signalling that was 6 runs. So they were on their way to, and they had crossed on the way back before the ball went over the boundary, which means 6 runs. We've seen something similar in the World Cup final with Ben Stokes. That came off the bat. This one not off the bat, just a wayward throw, which is putting OVs under a lot of pressure. Now 26 needed off 8 balls. Both of these go to the boundary. Game on.
Oh, heaves it. He's
was
trying to
there,
overhit that.
and he's heaved it,
Adam didn't want
and
it.
it was just 1. So 25 now needed. And like I mentioned before, this one's a freebie for Barney. So he's going to need to find the boundary here. If he clears the ropes here, I think we might hear St. Juan Springfield go mental.
Does he have a ramp, young barn door? It's a great option, 3rd and fine up. I reckon if he
I
can...
don't know if he plays it.
Well, let's have a look. Go on, Barney. Oh, it's a flatliner. That's the second one. He might be off here. He might be off. This is pandemonium.
This is not boring.
Great theatre.
If you're watching, this is not boring. So it's a no ball. It's not necessarily at the batter. So therefore, read the bylaw is coming from the changing rooms. They want him off. They think that's his second no ball. That would then mean he has to leave, or has to stop bowling. Sorry.
He definitely bowled a flatliner first
he did,
rock.
but I think the difference is when it's in danger of the batter. I think that's where the difference is.
Oh, could it be? Could it be? Could it be? Well fielded, Gilo.
And Simo's
Great
caught
hands,
it.
Simo.
Okay, right. So after all of that, one of the most eventful overs we've seen for a long time. It's 22 needed off the last over. So, as we mentioned, the key is to take it to the last over. They've done that. They've got a batter who's 78 or 44. Adam Hayward is playing the innings of his life. He's never batted. Well, I certainly can't remember any innings played like this before.
No, I've also just watched him ask for the defibrillator, which is never a good sign as you head into the last over needing 22. But great lad, adds he'll be swinging off his feet here, I would imagine.
He will. And up steps Ed Giles, who, for so far in this game, has been OV's talisman. He's come in, he's hit big 6s, and he took 3 wickets in the power play to break the back of this chase. But he's had to bowl again. Pressure is on.
I think the pressure is on, especially without a swinging ball. I'll be excited to see what clever stuff Gilo does with the ball here to try and not go for that 22.
Luckily, the man next to me is experienced in this area, who has bowled last overs of games before. Bizza, you're the bowler. How are you going to go about bowling this over?
I think if it was me, I think with Ads, he wants to be able to free his hands up. So anything sort of in and around the pads is quite nice for him to free his hands up and try and swing it through straight or square the wicket. I think if it was me, I've definitely bowled my fair share of bad last overs, but I would definitely be trying to hide it outside of his right eye just so he can't free his hands up. I would probably play around with the field a wee bit, as we discussed before. I probably wouldn't be looking to bowl short with that short leg side boundary, so I'd probably have that deep square in the ring and maybe send one out on the offside and try and hide it outside off stump. I think the last thing Ads wants is people nailing Yorkers, which is the hardest thing to bowl in the game. If you do get it wrong, he will dispatch you, as we've seen throughout his innings. But I think missing outside of off stump, sort of hugging that wide line with your cover out, is a great option. I don't think he's going to ramp you, big Ads. I don't think he's looking for that.
That's his option. And cleared the ropes for fun. So we'll see how this goes. 22 needed off the last over. Ed Giles to bowl it. Adam Hayward on strike.
He does bowl short. It's pulled away.
Up. They're going to need to turn and go. Oh, he's missed it.
Oh my
word. Okay. Well, the fielder, I don't know if we caught that on camera. I think we did, but the fielder decided in a massive pressure moment, this is the time I'm going to go with a one-handed pickup.
Yeah,
so
knee-slided one-handed pickup.
Not sure that's the play.
Who is
so that's
out there?
allowed. That's
Jamie Watling?
Jamie Watling, who's a
He
wicket
backs
keeper.
himself.
We might give him a little bit of an excuse in that most times he is a wicket keeper. He usually got the gloves on, but 2 runs. Hayward back on strike. 20 needed off 5 balls.
I think if the ball goes out the ground here, this place might erupt. Oh, there she goes. It's on the roof again, over the roof again.
Can we get the spare balls, please?
And
Do
he's
we have any
calling-
spare balls? Not me.
He's calling for the defib again,
So-
I think.
It continues to come here. We have 14 needed off 4 balls, so it now doesn't mean he has to hit every ball for 6. It does mean though that we need. Who are? Where are their guys doing the arm?
Where they sit.
Are you with?
Well, I was, but not since I can't make it.
Have you got the same? Okay.
It's a little break in play here. I think with the ball disappearing over the Bowls Club roof, they've managed to find it again, which I've never seen twice in an innings, never mind once.
What's the scoreboard say? Okay.
He's going to have to gather his thoughts here, Ed Giles, as that one disappears over the Bowls Club.
We're just working it out here. I've just been informed that we might be 1 run behind the score that's being totalled. That is a wide ball.
Oh, he's called a wide. In a massive moment, he's called a wide. As a bowler, I would definitely be arguing that. As much as a batter's game as it is already, with the balls doing incredibly less, and he's confirmed a wide as it goes over the head. I'm not actually too sure on the rule there. I know that it chops and changes quite a lot, but there's all sorts going on here. It's great theatre for everyone at home and the various people scattered around the ground. Massive ball, this, I think. Oh, it's massive.
He's out the ground
It's massive.
again, and this game has taken another turn. 7 now needed off 3 balls. Is it 7 needed off 3 balls, or is it 6? Can you just go and check with them? You've got to go with what they're doing because that's the right one. If just double checking the score at the ground now, I've just been informed that it might be 6 needed off 3 balls. I think the scorer on our side at Cricket Clubs may have missed a run here, so we're just triple checking. But currently, we've got 7 needed off 3. No,
Oh, no,
that's
he's
just
just
gone down
changed
now
it.
to 6 needed off 3. So in fact, 6 needed off 3. We've been 1 behind for a while. There are 3 balls to go and 6 runs are needed. So one of these 3, Adam Hayward, hits over the boundary. He's 92.
I think if
off
Adam can sort
47.
of squeeze a little 2 in here and then a walk-off 6, that would be massive. Oh, he's tried to absolutely nail it out of the
Tried
park.
to
I think this
hit
is
it.
those moments that we're talking about when the pressure comes in. If you can still keep your base and keep your head nice and still and not try to overhit the ball, as he's just done twice in the over, I think he's going to get
the SOS lads home here in a game that we never ever thought was going to go this way, I don't think. But
This is a nail biter. We did not think that they were going to see this. This is a spectacular innings. Not enough can be said about what Adam's done here. He's got 2 balls to clear the ropes. Let's see if he can do it.
oh, he's nicked it, and it's over the keeper's head.
That
It's
is
run
gonna
away
go.
for 4.
And it's run away for 4. So it turns again. Just as we thought he might stand there and clear the ropes and finish this game, it's going to go to the last ball. So what you're going to see here, guys, is all the fielders get round the captain because they want to everybody know what they're doing here. SOS need to clear the infield and run as fast as they can.
Does it go to a super over?
Let's just be clear. It does go to a super over. So if they get 1, we'll have a super over on our hands. If we don't, it will either be OVs going to Spain or SOS going to Spain. Let's just remember that this isn't just about a place for the final. This is about a place to go and join farmers at the ECL 2026. Whenever we put live streams on, it seems to be a barnstormer. Last September, Jersey Guernsey 50 over, went to the last over. Interinsular this year, 3rd game, went to the last over, and here we are again. 199 is currently playing 198 with 1 ball to go. The fielding team are happy with their plan. Now, the decision they've got is, do we ring it and bring everybody in to try and get a run out and win the game? How are we going to balance this? Because the tempting factor there will be just hit the ball and run. If they get 1, we're going to a super over. If they get 2, SOS win. If it's a wicket or a dot ball,
I think Adam just has to get bat on ball here. I think that's the biggest point.
And Barney is going to get ready to run at the non-striker's end.
He's missed it. Oh, he's missed the stumps.
And there it is.
And they've confirmed
And
1.
We have what you would expect is a super over.
Super over, yeah. Don Blomps comes into the commentary box asking if it is a super over. So we're going to have to double check the rules now as Blomps requests.
Hang on, I'm going to have to pop away here because people are looking at me for a decision. So I'm going to have to help make a decision.
So as Lee disappears, I think everyone can agree at home that we are pretty much nowhere near expecting that result to be completely even. I think I'm a happy groundsman sat in the commentary box here as 199 plays 199. So we've had just under 400 runs scored on the wicket first game, as people are sort of flying in from all angles here trying to confirm whether this is a super over or not, or whether it goes down to net run rate in the league. I think the question will be, but whatever happens here, I think we've just got to take our hats off to that lad on screen now, Adam Hayward, with 96 off 50. Spectacular knock. I actually don't think he's a regular player in the ones, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't want to do him any injustice, but there's a lot going on here. So while we wait, he's getting clapped off, which has been a brilliant knock. Absolutely magnificent. But as soon as we hear what's going on the grounds, we'll just have a look at those numbers there. 9 6s at strike rate, 192. I mean, any punter would be happy with that. That's a serious bit of cricket. We're just trying to find out what's going on here, as the man who's just on commentary, who is as all sorts is going on here. He's just trying to find out the rules to figure out if this is a super over or not, or whether OVs make it through on a fine net run rate. But yeah, I will be disappearing after whatever goes on here, I think, just to look after my nice wicket. But to anyone that is listening, I mean, that is an unbelievable first game of cricket, and I'm hoping that the second game has got a lot to offer as well. As my great 2 mates, Elliot Miles and Scott Simpson, are having a little bicker on the boundary rope about that controversial 4 that he flicked back off the rope, which obviously in hindsight would have had the game dead and buried by now. But There's a couple of OVs lads stood on the square. There's people off the boundary rope trying to confirm what's going on. I wouldn't exactly say tempers are flying or Swedes are going, but there's definitely a lot going on around here. As the farmers lads, the farmers all-stars start warming up over the far side of the ground, getting ready for their go on this deck. We're still just waiting on confirmation from the on-ground whether we're going to have more stuff to watch at this fixture. But the two men on screen that you can see now just sort of trying to decide what's going on and maybe talking about that controversial 4. But hindsight's a wonderful thing, I think. I think cricket's a great game, and I think them little pressure moments that we've seen on every game of cricket that we've pretty much ever watched, they all make a massive difference. So right decision or wrong decision, we'll probably never know, and we definitely wouldn't know if we had the luxury of all these cameras around. But regardless of what's going on, what a game of cricket, and I really do hope that we do get another super over to sort of decide this fairly. I think St. Juan's will be asking for the exact same thing as they look to make it to their first ECL T10, which is a fantastic competition out in Malaga. Unbelievable setup. The guys that work down there are quality. It's a great couple of weeks, or a week, and if you make it through that week, you get to finals week, which is a fantastic week of cricket, which Farmers won last year and got to bring home an absolutely massive, beautiful trophy that sits proudly in Jimmy Pershard's clubhouse up at Farmers Field in Jersey. If you've ever been lucky enough to get over here and have a look at that place, it's beautiful. Wickets are unbelievable. Hopefully see a lot more of that in the summer in the August tournament of Challenge League. There's plenty's going on here. And any of my mates that are watching this, when I agreed to a commentary stint of 9 overs, I didn't think that I would have to buffer time for 15 minutes while they decide whether to do a super over or not. As my good friend with the camera beside me is sort of holding his walkie-talkie up, trying to find out what's going on around here, but I have no idea. I don't think anybody watching has any idea. There's people from the league. Flying around. Sort of trying to find out what the official rules are, but I'm just hoping that we do get to watch another 2 overs of cricket, if not more, because that was spectacular. I think they might know who they're going to send out in the super over, as Adam Hayward's just absolutely pumped it over. But what we might do is we might just take a little break whilst we figure out what's going on. But it's been a pleasure, everyone, and hope everyone at home listening and everyone at the ground is enjoying themselves. So take it easy and maybe speak to you soon. Ta-ra. Right. All good. Right, so we're back. Confirmed that this game is going to be decided the way that I think everyone at home and everyone at the ground wanted it to, which is going to be a super over. So those at home or anyone that's watching that has no idea what a super over is, effectively when the scores are tied, they get an over each to score as many runs off that over as possible. You only get 2 wickets in that super over to lose. I don't think I've ever seen it where someone, I think in the Netherlands game pretty recently actually, they had 3 super overs, but I don't think that's going to be the case today. So each team gets 6 balls to score as many runs as they possibly can, and that's how the game is going to be decided. So if I was a betting man, which I am, I would probably be looking at Adam Hayward and Harrison to have a bat here against the OVs. I think by the rules, St. Juans will carry on batting and OVs will bowl on this wicket. What are we saying? I'm not too sure what we're saying at home, but I reckon obviously anything above 10 is a great result for a super over, especially the way that last over has ended. How many was off that? So we had a 2, 6, a wide, and it's just flashed off my screen, so that's brilliant. But I reckon anything over 10, I reckon will be a decent fixture out of this. OVs, I assume they will send out Ed Giles and either Charlie Brennan or Corey Beeson, I would imagine. But I assume whoever loses this fixture will feel pretty hard done by whatever's going on, because if it would have went to net run rate or league position or wickets lost or whatever like that, I think OVs would have come out on the winning side and got themselves that ECN that we were just talking about. But yeah, what a way to finish it, being the man on my left has had a busy last 10 minutes of figuring out, in between people shouting at him and all sorts and trying to figure out rules and what the hell is going on, but we finally got to the bottom of it. Being welcome back.
We did, yeah, thanks mate, appreciate that. Appreciate you holding the fort whilst things were needing attending to. No, so just to, long story short, there's nothing specific in the rules, which is a probably not great from our end in terms of specifying exactly what the rules were. So therefore, the input from both sides was that they were obviously back in their own cause, as you'd imagine. OVs wanted it to be dated back on league position, which isn't the case because there's nothing in the rules that say that. These are standalone finals day T20 where it's a knockout competition, and then there's nothing in the rules that state wickets lost or net or run rate, whatever you'd like to call it. So the rules simply state that for the league, if it finishes as a tie, it is a tie and they would share the points. But given we're not in a league format, and given that both sides had fair arguments, I think the fairest way to complete this game, which has been an absolute wonderful spectacle for local cricket, is to take it to a super over. So the decision was agreed by the captains. They both agree that this is the fairest way to leave the ground tonight, knowing one team goes to Spain and one team doesn't. This is the thing to remind that, you know, there's a lot of emotions that go around in these situations. People desperately want things, and they want it to go their way, which is completely understandable, but ultimately the fairest decision I find is often the most important one. So here we are, we're at a super over. SOS will bat first. I think my colleague, who was only due to be on for 10 overs and is now sticking with us for the super over, he deserves it. He's put in a shift, has filled you in about the rules. So yeah, if you haven't got yourself down to the ground in the now sunshine and you're watching on the live stream, you're about to watch a super over, which is effectively a penalty shootout.
Indeed. Anyone that was listening in the past 10 minutes who Well, I was just discussing that if I was a betting man, who I'd be sending out these two men on your screen right now, Harrison Carline and the lad that's just got 96 off of 50 balls. That was my bet, and I think that's a great option by the SOS skipper to send himself out, clean striker of the ball. He's done it many times for Jersey on pressure scenarios, on tricky wickets and flat ones against great bowling attacks on all stages. So I think he'll be looking to face up here. I think the young man, also on your screen, Theo Pullman, I think he'll be putting himself forward to bowl this over. There's probably, I haven't seen the stats on it, but definitely the most economical bowler for the day. Massively backs himself, and as he should. Great set of skills, great lad, as I said before, decent pace. One thing to watch here is that Harrison definitely likes pace on the ball, so I think he'll be looking to get after it after his short knock in the game earlier.
Yeah, listen, this is the sort of, as I mentioned, it's the sort of cricket version of penalty shootouts. Neither of these teams, after what we've just witnessed, deserve to really lose this game. You know, the fantastic knocks from James Duckett, and I mean, I think we probably, if you rewind back, we mentioned it a few times that if SOS were to get over the line, it would have been Adam Hayward, the knock of his life, and he was within one run of doing that. He had 3 balls to get 6 runs. They managed to get 5, so they had their chance to win it in full time, effectively, in the 20 overs, if we're using football references.
Indeedy.
So did OVs. They had their opportunities. They had St One's down and out at 111 for 5. So they had their opportunity to win this. SOS had their opportunity to win this. It's ended in a tie, and now we have a super over. The crowd are up and about.
Yeah.
Let's just say this is going to be eventful.
Yep, the crowd at home as well. Just had a message from my great mate Jonty Jenner and the Preston Nomads lads that were rained off today. Ball in, and he smoked it straight over, long off for 6. But as I was saying, the Nomads boys, my old club, were rained off today. I would imagine that he'll be sat at home with my great mate Cannon as well, probably watching this game of cricket, because they both absolutely love the game, as Harrison Carline dispatches that one over long off for a lovely shot.
That is a hell of a shot, first ball, considering he's been sat down for about an hour and a bit now. Slower ball outside off stump. He's taken it from outside off stump and hit it over mid off for 6. Second ball coming in now. Well, bowled,
shot.
And he's hit it out of the block.
Shot.
Away for 4. This is not bad bowling. A slower ball outside off stump. TP, the young seamer, is going to his armoury here. He is pulling up all the tricks, but it's being answered well by a seasoned international cricketer who will not be too ashamed of this situation. He won't shy away from this. He loves the moment. We saw it
Definitely
last week
not.
in the Netherlands, where when the chips were down, quite literally, he stood up.
One man that I wouldn't be wanting to bowl at is Harrison Carline when he's in this sort of mood.
Are they gonna
As
go
he
for
charges
2 and
down,
goes
he's
for
truffling
2?
down for 2. He's had a little
going.
slip. And he's run himself out.
So, that's an interesting moment, because if I've got my rules right, that you get 2 wickets in the power play, in the super over, of which there are still 3 to go. 1 was completed there. I hope Adam gets the round of applause he deserves here, because he's played some knock to get them to this position and sacrificed himself there for 2 with 3 balls to go. So 11 is the score. 1 run completed. They were run out coming back for the second. So Harrison has got 3 balls to try and get SOS to a competitive super over score, and I don't know what a pass score is for a super over.
I was
so
just
don't
about
even
to ask you that, Bean. I was trying to ask the viewers at home
I'd say
what they would be happy with, but obviously they can't, and we can't see the live chat, so I have no idea what people are saying. But I said anything sort of over 10 on a fairly flat wicket, as we've seen today. I think, I don't know,
2
saying
balls
that.
to come. I'd like 1 more boundary before I felt a bit comfortable. I think 11 is 3 balls.
Yeah.
I think 15 is possibly 4 balls, 5 balls in and over that you need to get boundaries. So
Indeed, especially with the man standing just in front of us in the commentary box here, Ed Giles, who is probably going to come in as Harrison smashes that.
another one.
Over cover.
Over cover for
What
6.
a
This
shot.
is
He'll be happy with that.
Superb batting.
Oh, Chipsy.
He knows each other. These boys train against each other week in, week out. So they've Theo is trying to find his groove and Harrison is trying to counteract him, and what you're seeing is a brave young bowler. Listen, let's not, you know, it's like stepping up to take a penalty. Any bowler who wants this ball in this situation has my hats off to.
Yeah,
because
I tell you
it
what.
takes some proverbial things that we can't say on commentary
Indeed.
to stand up and do this in front of a crowd and with so much on the line. So 17 now with 1 ball to go.
Indeed, and my good friend Patrick Gouge stood at the non-strikers end, and Woody used to call him. He will be running like a greyhound here to get back for 2, I would imagine. The lad's feet definitely run faster than his brain, and anyone that knows Paddy Gouge, his brain runs at 1 million miles an hour. So there's going to be a fair amount going on here in this
Final
last ball.
Oh, and he's nicked it for 4, and that is large. So 21 is the over there. So SOS will feel they have this very closely in their grasp. The interesting one here is going to be who is going to bowl the over for SOS. If it isn't Elliot Miles, I'll be surprised.
I think, knowing Buster very, very well, I think he is already walking out with the ball in his hand, holding it up. I would imagine he'll be front of the queue for SOS to bowl this over. However, the ghost who's just battered in that super over, Harrison Carline, who brought us much joy watching him whilst we were away in the Netherlands, bowled extremely well, was very unfortunate not to get player of the tournament. I think he missed out by 1 point, which he was reminded of on the last day, which the boys enjoyed. But yeah, I think it will be the man, Elliot Miles, I would imagine, to bowl this over. He loves high pressure moments as he sort of struts out with the boys behind him. I think as a bowling side, do you reckon you'd be confident? I don't know. I wouldn't fancy
Can you
it.
ever be confident in this game? This is a game that we have seen at one point the run rate was up at 15s. I think they needed 128 off 10 and they got 127. I think there was all sorts of moments where you would look back on it and think SOS are dead and buried. And then it was only really that last over when they needed 6 off 3 balls where you started thinking SOS have got this in the bag.
Indeed.
And then it turns again. And we get a dot ball, a 4 and a 1 to get 5 and give me a headache that I didn't expect to have this afternoon. So yeah, all good fun, and I think we can honestly say in our heart of hearts that this is the fairest way to decide what has been an absolutely monumental game of local club cricket. The emotions have been up and down, the quality has been huge, the boundaries have been coming quick and fast. Whilst all this is going on, Farmers Cricket Club are still waiting to play their final to see who will lift the trophy. The decision that was made in the break whilst we were deciding on the super over was that the final will now start at 4 o'clock. So you can set your watches to 4 p.m. to give the team participating in this super over, whoever comes out from the win, the opportunity to rest a little bit before Farmers play them in the final. So you can see the game getting set up nicely here. SOS getting together for a huddle. It is going to be a tight one. So that was spectacular, that super over. Harrison Carline having sat down for an hour, finishing 21 off just the 6 balls. A little bit of fortune on his side, an edge through third man to finish, but most of it spectacular. 2 big 6s over cover, or extra cover, and huge moments all round. So one of those where it's going to be an interesting right.
Because that lad, the keeper's gone to the airport. And I just said to Stu, I was like, he's gone to the airport. And he was like, I don't know if I just fucked it up or not.
Okay, cool. They need to clarify with the captain as to why their 12 man's on.
So, for everyone I don't know if anyone can see what's going on here, but there is no one on the park with keeping gloves on, and I imagine what Buster's going to do is bowl from this end with the keeper back as a backstop, which is, I've definitely seen before.
It's not new.
On this channel as well, in the Interinsular, where we decided that Patrick Gouge was going to take his gloves off and stand back, which was a bit of chuggy masterclass, which the SOS have obviously taken on and thought that that might be a great idea. As the man, number 21 there, my good friend Ed Giles, is going to shape up. If this man gets going, I have a feeling it might be over pretty soon.
You know what? I was sitting here thinking 21 is a winning total. I think 21 off 1 over is difficult to do in a chase. And then, for some reason, my brain decided to forget that Ed Giles was on the opposition.
Yeah.
If he half hits this, it's going on the bank. So this is the matchup. This is it. Ed Giles is the one who could do this in, what would it be, 4 balls, 4 sixes. He's got, as we saw earlier, he came in from ball 1. I think he was 19 off 5 earlier.
I tell you what,
the ability to bring it up again, and I don't have the memory because too many things are going through my head at the moment. But he certainly was 19 off not a lot, and 21 off 4 balls is very doable for him. So
John Best at backstop, we've had confirmed by Harrison Carlisle, and Chipsy in front of us, who's up and about after that knock.
We've got a confirmed backstop.
So the other lad at the other end, the king of the truffles, Porky, I definitely wouldn't want him on strike either, because he hits a long ball. I'm not sure if his mum is here watching at the ground or watching at home, but she'll be up and about as well, watching him bat. Who would I want on strike, Lee? I would probably say Gilo after recent form, I would imagine, as there's probably some sort of chat about the rules going on outside. There's all sorts going on at the NCC here at Granville, but yeah,
listen, it's part of cricket that is important. There's a lot on the line here. It's not something that can be rushed. All of a sudden, decisions need to be made, and in the heat of the moment, it's never usually the right decision that's made. So the umpires are taking their time, just making sure everybody's aware of the situation. SOS have used the rule that states you don't actually have to play with a wicket keeper, but you do have to say that you won't do it for the whole over. And now John Best, who you can see the back of in the camera angle at the moment, you might be, if you're just tuning in, it's you've missed a lot. You've missed 199, plays 199. You've missed the first over of a super over, of which it went for 21. This is the second over of super over, and we've got no wicket keeper. So if you've been bored, you won't be.
Here we go. And it's launched out of the ground for 6. First rock by Ed Giles. I think me and Lee just spoke about this, is that if this lad gets going here and Buster misses his length, this could be over pretty soon.
So the equation gets even more simple. 16 needed off 5 balls, not 5 overs. That's 5 balls for anyone just tuning in. 16 required, 5 balls to do it, and I would say that SOS need to get him out here. If Gilo doesn't get out,
I'm going to make a call of Skyer caught Patrick Gouge at cow corner. No chance have I called it, or is it out? It's going for 6. As the crowd erupts behind us in the boundary bar, as it sort of disappears to our women's team out at cow corner, who are in a hot zone.
None of them wanting to claim the catch there. They're all running for safety, but this is the call. So this is what we said. Ed Giles is so dangerous. He's got an ability. He's not really collected with that, but he's got enough to clear the rope. So they need to get him out here if they're going to win SOS. If not, he's going to keep clearing the ropes.
He can definitely thank the groundsman for bringing the boundary rope in a couple of yards on that side last night. As Buster sort of chops and changes whether he's going to go round or over. He sticks with round, which I don't think is a great shout, as it sort of chucks it into Gilo's arc, exactly where he wants it, and bowls, and it's launched for 6, which is absolutely phenomenal hitting from Ed Giles.
You can't see it on camera, but that has cleared the height of the trees. That a lot of sixers at Grainville go into those trees and bounce down. That has cleared them and gone into the rugby pitch, no doubt. That
sort of
coming back very quickly.
T10 size hitting, which Gilo is striking himself in for, which would be, I think, OV's third or fourth ECN. If they do end up making it, I think Buster's made the equation pretty difficult for himself here after holding his hand up to bowl the over.
Listen, it was going to be this, wasn't it? The best bowler in a pressure situation, you're not going to think about it much more than Elliot Miles, but the matchup with Ed Giles is not the favourable one for SOS. He loves spin.
For anyone watching at home, the Jersey opening batter, SOS captain, has just come back to the tent. The man cad is on here, so here we go. It's not, and he's in bowls. So it goes out to deep cover region, and they're not going to come back for 2. So, Bean, who's your money on?
So 3 needed off 2. Ed Giles is off strike, so that has an impact. Don't just look at 3 off 2. Think about who's on strike. There's a good chance now that all of a sudden 3 off 2, this backstop isn't necessarily what you might call ideal, because if they miss it, there's a good chance they run. Dot balls become less of an opportunity.
If there was ever a moment for a man Cadley, which I don't condone in any way, however, I think if Ed Giles leaves his ground here, I think I would be whipping the bails off, I think.
Well, I don't imagine with 3 off 2, Corey's thinking about running hard between the wickets.
Ed Giles might be looking to get back on
and
strike.
Now we have a wicket keeper without the gloves and pads, because once you surrender them, you can't bring them back on. To try and a wicket here would change everything. Corey to win the game for OVs. And it's 1.
It's just the 1,
So let's just play out scenarios. Another run off the last ball, which we experienced in the game, would mean a tie, in which case we would go to a second super over. So we do this all over again, which I'm not sure many of us can take, but we would. No. I don't think Ed Giles is thinking 1.
No, I don't think that will be in his...
I mean, if he hits 1, fair enough, but they're still in the game. They don't lose if he gets 1, but the way he's striking the ball and that size of that slog sweep 6 that he just hit, he's thinking 6. But going for it does bring into play a top edge that then goes straight up in the air, and if you get out, SOS do win.
I think Buster will be looking to hug the wide line there outside off stump, sort of take Gilo's levers out of the game, which then again brings in your top edge, sort of caught at a sort of third man region, which is inside the ring. As we just discussed, I don't think Gilo is going to be looking to tuck this into the leg side and run 1. I think he's going to be looking to finish this with a maximum. But cool, what a game of cricket this is.
Everyone's discussed about
John Ladd, the experienced campaigner, comes up from point.
So this is it then, or it might not be.
It might not be. I have a funny feeling that this is going to happen all over again.
If it isn't, we'll get a result this ball, of which we're about to find out who goes to
Buster
with Farmers.
He's had a little jump. Some mind games. His favourite games to play. The big man.
Just having a watch, just to see what Ed Giles wants to do there. It's not against the rules. bit of gamesmanship, toing and throwing in high pressure situations.
Tongue twister.
Just what we needed. Here we go. Who will be going to Spain? And
it's in the air, and it's going to be the OVs.
Huge finish here at Grainville. That is astonishing. 21 plays 26 in a super over, both of which go down to the last ball. Absolutely incredible cricket from both teams, what we've seen here. You cannot underestimate the knock that Adam Hayward played to get SOS back into this. They were down and out. They looked beat. 111 for 5, 128 needed off 10. They were down and out. Adam Hayward came in, and he's played some good innings in his life, but 90 whatever it was,
6
off not a lot, was absolutely phenomenal. He gave them a chance. Harrison Carline batted beautifully in that super over to get there, but it's Ed Giles, isn't it?
Indeed.
It's what he does. He hits sixes for fun. He is so dangerous, especially against spin. No one will be more grateful than Theo Pullman walking out right now, who was frustrated with himself, but don't think bowled a bad over.
No.
I think he went to his skill sets, and I think Harrison played him well. So, OVs it is, after all of that,
Indeed.
who progress and go through, one to the final to play Farmers at 4 p.m, and also go to Spain once again to represent Jersey in the ECL. Tough for SOS to take that. It was an unbelievable effort. A massive group of players who have done themselves a huge amount of credit there, and deserve everything. This has been a hell of a game of cricket.
Yep.
And I don't know how the 4 o'clock game this afternoon is going to keep up with that.
No, but talking of that 4 o'clock game, Leroy, I am going to hop
You've
on my
got a job
roller
to do.
and
We've both got
get
jobs
out
to
there
do.
and repaint the lines. But anyone that's listened, absolute pleasure. Thanks for listening to me waffle on. But cheers. Maybe.